There is a small island off the western coast of Korea where the official story of human history begins to fall apart. On this island sits a stone, a single granite slab 6.5 meters long, weighing 53 tons by the official figure and possibly close to 200 tons when you count the supports beneath it. It was raised here 3,000 years ago by people we are told had only just learned to grow rice. The stone is called Bjonri, and it is one of 40,000. That is not a typo. The Korean peninsula contains roughly 40,000 prehistoric stone monuments, nearly half of every dolmen on Earth packed into a country smaller than the United Kingdom. Mainstream archaeology has been studying them for 60 years, and they have not produced an explanation for why they are here. They have produced theories, the theories contradict each other, and none of them fit the evidence cleanly. Tonight we are going to look at 3 things. The textbooks do not quite tell you about Bjonri. 3 questions that after 6 decades of excavation still have no answer. Starting with the simplest one. Why this peninsula? Chapter 1. Why this peninsula? The Korean peninsula is small. It is smaller than the United Kingdom, smaller than the state of Oregon, and smaller than the island of Honshu in Japan. China immediately to the west is roughly 96 times larger, and Japan to the east is 4 times larger. Both China and Japan have very few dolmens. Korea has 40,000. This is the central unexplained fact of Korean prehistoric archaeology. After 60 years of digging, 3 competing theories exist to explain it, and none of them is winning. The first theory says the dolmen tradition arrived by sea from Southeast Asia, travelling north along trade routes that also brought rice cultivation. The distribution of dolmens along Korea's western coast supports this, but Southeast Asia itself has only a fraction of Korea's dolmen count, which makes the theory awkward. The second theory says the tradition arrived by land from the north, carried by Bronze Age peoples migrating south through Manchuria and southern Siberia. This theory has the strongest evidence behind it. Peer-reviewed genetic studies of ancient and modern Korean populations show that Korean ancestry is built from West Liao River and Jomon components, with the West Liao River population centered precisely in the Manchurian region, the river and population, and of present migration theory points to. The agricultural toolkit that arrived with rice farming in Korea also matches Manchurian origins, and then there is the artifact itself. In a number of Korean dolmen burials, archaeologists have found bronze daggers of a very specific type called Liaoning type daggers after the Manchurian region where they originate. They have a distinctive lute or mandolin shape, very different from contemporary Chinese daggers. The same dagger appears in Manchuria, and the same dagger appears in Korea. It is a thread connecting the 2 regions in physical form. So, the genetics says the people came from the north, the artifacts say the burial culture came with them, and the agricultural evidence says the technology came along the same path. 3 independent lines of evidence, all pointing in the same direction. There is just one problem. Manchuria itself has only a small number of dolmens. The migration source has perhaps a few hundred to 1,000, and the destination has 40,000. Whatever brought the technology to Korea, the technology then exploded by something like a factor of 40 in only a few centuries on a peninsula that did not have it before. The genetics explains the people, the artifacts explain the cultural connection, and neither explains the explosion. The third theory, that Korean dolmens emerged independently from indigenous Neolithic populations, has the opposite problem. It can explain the explosion because cultural innovation often happens in unexpected places, but it cannot explain the matching artifacts, the matching agricultural toolkit, or the matching genetics. What you have in the academic literature are 3 theories that each explain part of the evidence, and none of them explain all of it. The people came from the north, the bronze came from the north, and the technology came from the north. But for reasons no one has been able to put into words, only here, only on this peninsula, did the tradition catch fire. For 700 years, Korean villagers dragged granite 40,000 times. We do not know what cooled to them. We only know that whatever it was, it cooled louder here than anywhere else on Earth. And when archaeologists tried to figure out how those 40,000 stones were moved into place, they ran into a different kind of problem. Chapter 2. The engineering question. By the standard explanation, the construction of a dolmen like Bjonri is not a mystery. It is a feat of organised labour. The standard story goes like this. The granite was quarried from natural rock outcrops, exploiting the existing fracture lines in the stone. It was transported on wooden rollers and sleds hauled by teams of labourers using ropes. The upright stones were set into prepared foundation pits. The capstone was raised by building an earthen ramp, dragging the stone up the ramp onto the supports, and then removing the ramp. The figure usually given for Bjonri is around 500 labourers. In 2020, a team from Yonsei University published experimental work demonstrating these principles. They moved smaller stones using the proposed methods, and the methods worked. The case in mainstream Korean archaeology is considered closed. It is reasonable and it has been tested. And yet, when you look closely, 3 things still do not fit. The first thing is that proving something is possible is not the same as proving it happened. The Yonsei experiments demonstrated that the principles of Bronze Age stone transport are mechanically sound, but they did not from start to finish quarry transport and erect a 53-ton capstone using only Bronze Age tools. No one has. We have proven it could be done, but we have not proven it was done this way for any specific Korean dolmen. The second thing is the missing quarry. For some Korean dolmen sites, archaeologists have located the original rock outcrops where the stones were cut. At Hwasun, for example, the quarry is at a place called Madangbawi, and the geological joints in the local tuff and andesite are visible to anyone who walks there. The story is partially recoverable. For Bjonri, this has not happened. The largest, most iconic table dolmen in Korea, the one on every postcard, the one that anchors a UNESCO listing, and the most basic logistical question about it, where did the stone come from, has never been publicly answered. We do not know how far the granite travelled, we do not know what route it took, and we do not know which hillside it was cut from. The third thing is the labour figure itself. The number 500 appears constantly in Korean tourism literature, and in popular sources repeated, as if it were established. I have not been able to find an engineering paper that calculates it from first principles accounting for rope, strength, friction, terrain, gradient, and team coordination. It may be correct, or it may also be folk wisdom that has hardened through decades of repetition into the appearance of fact. None of this means that humans did not build Bjonri. They almost certainly did. Bronze Age peoples moved larger stones than this in many parts of the world, from Egypt to Easter Island to Stonehenge, and the mechanism is not in dispute. What is in dispute, or should be, is how confident the official story actually is. After 60 years of excavation, in a country that takes its dolmens seriously, we still cannot tell you which hillside the stone of Bjonri came from. That is not a small gap. That is the foundation of the standard explanation, and it is missing, and there is a deeper question that no engineering experiment can answer. 500 labourers working for a year of their lives, raising 53 tons of granite into the air in a society that had only recently learned to grow rice, choosing to spend an enormous portion of its agricultural surplus on this single project, and then on tens of thousands of others like it. Why? The mechanism we can recover partially, the motive we cannot, which becomes a much sharper question when archaeologists finally lifted some of these stones to see what was underneath. Chapter 3. What was beneath? For most of the 20th century, the assumption about Korean dolmens was straightforward. They were tombs. The structure was clear the capstone marked the burial, and underneath presumably lay the elite dead of Bronze Age Korea. When systematic excavation began in 1965, that assumption seemed to confirm itself. In dolmens across the peninsula, archaeologists found what they expected to find: pottery vessels sometimes still containing residues of food offerings, polished stone tools and comma-shaped jade ornaments called gogok, in Korean prized as elite status markers. And in the richer burials, those Liaoning-type bronze daggers we mentioned earlier, the lute-shaped weapons that link Korea to Manchuria, these were graves, and the evidence was clear. except that in a significant number of cases the evidence was not clear at all. Many Korean dolmens have produced nothing, no remains, no pottery, no tools, no offerings of any kind. The chambers are empty. There is a partial explanation. Korean soil is highly acidic, and acidic soil destroys human bone within a few centuries, so the absence of skeletons is not by itself evidence that no one was ever buried there. But the same soil does not destroy pottery. It does not destroy jade, and it does not destroy bronze. In many cases none of those things are present either. Some of these dolmens may have been looted in antiquity, and others may have decayed beyond recovery, but the pattern of empty dolmens across Korea is too widespread to explain away easily. And then there is the deeper structural problem with table-type dolmens, like Bjonri specifically. A southern-style Korean dolmen, where the burial chamber is dug into the ground beneath a heavy capstone, makes sense as a tomb. The body is enclosed, protected from animals and weather, and sealed in. Bjonri is not built that way. The capstone is suspended in the air 2.5 meters above ground level on 2 upright slabs. The chamber beneath it is open. There is no seal, there is no enclosure, and there is no way to protect a body from scavengers, from rain, from looting, or from time. This is not the structure of a tomb. It is the structure of a platform, a raised stage of stone visible from a distance exposed to the sky. This is not a fringe interpretation. The official UNESCO documentation acknowledges that the function of northern table-type dolmens as a category is uncertain, and Korean academic literature has long noted that prehistoric shamans appear to have conducted ancestral rites on the surface of gangwa table dolmens, on the surface on top of the stone, not beneath it, which means Bjonri may have been doing 2 things at once, marking a grave perhaps, but also serving as the altar above the grave, the stone where the chief stood in the firelight and made offerings to whoever lay below, or to the sky above, or to the ancestors who watched from neither place. It is tempting, when faced with empty chambers and ambiguous functions, to fill the silence with theories. Aliens lost civilizations. Forgotten technology. We are not going to do that. The honest answer is harder and more interesting than any of those. We do not know what was buried at Bjonri, or whether anything ever was. We do not know if the largest table dolmen in Korea was a tomb that has lost its body, or an altar that never had one. What we know is that the structure does not behave like a grave. It behaves like a stage standing on a hilltop on a small island 15 kilometers from the place, where, according to Korean tradition, the founder of the nation himself once made the first sky offering. Whether the two are connected no one can prove, but the geography is suggestive enough that 3,000 years later it is still worth noting. Chapter 4. What we still do not know. After 60 years of excavation, this is what is still on the table. We do not know why the Korean peninsula contains nearly half of all dolmens on Earth. We do not know whether Bjonri was a tomb, an altar, or something for which we have no word in any modern language. We do not know what was buried beneath the largest table dolmen in Korea, if anything ever was. We do not know which hillside the granite was cut from, or how far it travelled to reach this place. We do not know why a society that had only just adopted rice agriculture chose to spend so much of its surplus on raising stones for 700 years, and then stopped completely around 300 years before the Common Era, never to return to the practice. We do not know how many more dolmens once stood on this peninsula, before centuries of road building, agriculture, and modern construction broke up an unknown number of them for use as foundation stones and gravel. This is not a marketing line. This is the actual state of the evidence. Korean archaeologists, international archaeologists, geneticists, and archaeoastronomers, all of them have looked, and what they have after 6 decades of careful work is a list of things they still cannot explain. 40,000 stones on a peninsula, the size of England, most of them on hillsides, in fields on the slopes of small mountains where they have stood for 3,000 years. Bjonri is the largest, the most photographed, and the most famous, but it is one of 40,000, and every one of them is still there, holding questions that the people who built them never expected anyone this far in the future to ask. If we ever find the answer, we will know. Until then, the stones are waiting. When we speak of the great megaliths of the ancient world, the mind drifts almost always to one place. We picture the lonely sarsens of Stonehenge rising from the Salisbury Plain, silvered by English mist. Yet across the channel on the wind-scoured coast of Brittany, there stands an older and far stranger wonder, one that dwarfs Stonehenge in scale, in age, and in ambition. Here in the gentle hills above the Gulf of Morbihan, more than 3,000 standing stones march in unbroken rows across the landscape. They run for kilometres, turning, realigning and vanishing into the woodlands of Menek Hamario and Kyrgyzstan. For most of the modern era, scholars treated them as little more than curious arrangements left by a forgotten Stone Age people. A field of stones, a puzzle without an author. That view is now collapsing. In the past several years, a quiet revolution has been unfolding among the menhirs of Carnac, a revolution led not by shovels and trowels but by isotope laboratories, ground-penetrating radar, and astronomical software. What these instruments have revealed is that Carnac is not a monument. It is the surviving heart of a vast and sophisticated civilization, a civilization that traded across the continent, mapped the heavens with mathematical precision, and ruled by the will of God kings. A civilization that we did not know existed, until very recently. So what truth have these silent stones been waiting 6,000 years to tell us? Chapter 1. True Age of Carnac. For more than a century, the question of Carnac's age has been one of the great frustrations of European prehistory. The soil of Brittany is acidic. It eats bone, it eats wood, it eats almost every organic clue an archaeologist would normally rely upon to fix a date. As a result, every estimate of when the stones were raised carried a margin of uncertainty stretching across 1,000 years or more. Carnac was old, but how old, no one could say with any confidence. That changed in 2025, with the publication of results from a project known as Neosea. A joint effort between French and Swedish researchers. Neosea was designed to answer one question with the highest precision modern science can offer. When exactly were the great alignments of Carnac built? The team turned to a newly opened excavation at a site called Le Plasquet in the village of Plouanel, just beyond the famous fields. Le Plasquet had preserved something extraordinary. The original pits in which the menhirs once stood, the wedging stones that held them upright, the compacted footprints of their bases, and buried within those features traces of carbon fragments of charcoal slivers of organic material that the acidic soil had not quite managed to destroy. Nearly 50 samples were drawn, cleaned and measured. The raw radiocarbon results on their own would still have left a wide margin of error, so the team applied a sophisticated statistical method known as Bayesian modelling. In simple terms, Bayesian analysis allows researchers to combine many overlapping dates alongside their stratigraphic position in the soil into a single tightly constrained timeline. It is the difference between a blurred photograph and a portrait in focus. The result stunned the team when it arrived. The stones at La Plasca had been raised between 4600 and 4300 BC, and so by extension had the great alignments of Carnac itself. That is more than 1,000 years before the first stone of Stonehenge was set in place. More than 2,000 years before the Great Pyramid of Khufu rose on the Giza Plateau. The people of Carnac were already building on a colossal scale, while the rest of Neolithic Europe was still scattered in small farming villages of timber and thatch. The implication is staggering. Brittany was not a peripheral province of the European Stone Age. It was the cradle. The oldest known monumental tradition of the entire continent was born here on this Atlantic coast, looking out at a grey and uncertain sea. But the La Plasca excavation revealed something else, something even more provocative. Directly beneath the foundation of a vast pre-megalithic burial mound, the team uncovered the remains of a hut, a dwelling that belonged to the Mesolithic period, the age of hunter-gatherers that preceded the farmers. The burial mound had been deliberately raised upon the ruins of an older home. There was no gap, no abandonment, no break in the use of this land. Here was a continuous human story stretching from the wandering hunters of the deep past through to the master builders who later commanded armies of labourers and quarried mountains of stone. In other words, Carnac was not the work of newcomers. It was the inheritance of a people who had lived on that coast for thousands of years already, and who at a certain moment decided to transform their world. And the question that began to haunt the researchers was not when, but how. How could a society this early and this far west have grown so large and so organised that it could conceive of such a thing? To answer that, the archaeologists turn their attention from the stones above the ground to the silent world that lay buried beneath them. Chapter 2. The Hidden City Beneath Carnac. For most of its modern history, Carnac has been studied with the eye. What we see is what we know. Yet the eye is a poor instrument when the truth has been hidden under 6,000 years of soil plough and forest growth. In the last decade, a suite of new technologies has begun to undo that limitation. Ground-penetrating radar sends pulses of energy into the earth and reads the echoes of buried walls and stone. Magnetometry maps the faint magnetic shadows left behind by ancient hearths and burned ground. Electrical resistivity surveys reveal the outlines of structures by measuring how easily current passes through the soil. And from the air, LiDAR strips away every leaf, every shrub, every modern obstruction, leaving behind a perfect digital model of the land as it truly is. When these instruments were brought to bear on Kyrgyzstan and on the hill of Manio, the ground beneath Carnac began to speak. Beneath the visible rows, the surveys revealed an entire hidden landscape of toppled and buried menhirs, dozens, or in some cases hundreds of stones that had once stood proud and had fallen into the earth long before any modern map was drawn. They revealed quarry pits where the megaliths had been broken from the bedrock, and the long faint trackways that had carried them by hand and by rolling timber to their final positions. Then came a discovery that no one had anticipated. The magnetometers scanning the soil within the sacred enclosure at Kyrgyzstan returned a strange and unmistakable signature, clusters of small pits, each one filled with fire-blackened earth and the heat-shattered remains of stone. These were cooking pits, the kind of pits in which great quantities of meat are roasted on hot rocks. They lay inside the stone circle itself, and they lay beside many of the fallen menhirs at the edges. Here, then, was something the textbooks had never imagined. The most sacred precinct of Neolithic Brittany had also been a place of feasting. The same ground that hosted the most solemn ceremonies of the megalith builders also hosted the great communal meals that fed the workforce raising the stones. Ritual and labour, prayer and provision were woven together in the very soil. To raise a single menhir, weighing many tons, required the muscle of perhaps 100 men. To raise 3,000 of them required a society capable of feeding, lodging and orchestrating those labourers for years on end. The cooking pits at Kyrgyzstan are the silent fingerprint of that organisation. The surveys went further still. At Manio, the radar traced the outline of an elongated structure stretching for more than 130 metres, a long parallel-sided enclosure that bears a haunting resemblance to the so-called cursus monuments of Neolithic Britain. Until that moment, no such structure was known in Brittany. Around it, the instruments mapped the soft swellings of new burial mounds, unrecorded, undisturbed, waiting in the dark. And then, lifted into the sky, the LiDAR data revealed something that no ground survey could ever have shown. From above, the alignments of Carnac do not merely follow the contour of the land. They impose a pattern upon it. The rows, the enclosures, the burial, mounds, the avenues, all of these form a coherent design across many kilometres of countryside. A design only legible from a great height. A design that was conceived as a whole before a single stone was ever raised. This is the kind of vision and land-scale planning that only an organised society can produce. Carnac is not a collection of monuments. It is a single landscape monument. A landscape this vast, this carefully laid out, was not built by accident. It was built to mean something, and the next great question to fall before the new science was this. What exactly did these people know that allowed them to plan a sacred geography on a scale we ourselves struggle to grasp? Chapter 3. The Builders Who Watched the Sky. There has long been a stubborn assumption woven into the popular telling of prehistory. That the people of the Neolithic, however skilled with their hands, were children in their minds, that science, mathematics, and the patient observation of the cosmos belonged to later, greater civilizations, to Babylon and to Egypt, to Greece and to Rome. Very patiently the stones of Carnac have begun to disprove that assumption. More than half a century ago the case was first argued by a Scottish engineer and professor named Alexander Thom. Thom spent decades surveying the megalithic sites of Britain and Brittany with the precision of a man trained in instruments. He measured every stone, he plotted every angle, and he proposed something heretical for his time: that the great alignments were not symbolic decorations. They were instruments observatories designed and built to track the movements of the heavens with extraordinary accuracy. In particular, Thom argued that Carnac had been built to follow the most subtle and elusive of celestial cycles, the 18.61-year wobble of the moon. The moon does not rise and set in the same place from year to year. Its arc across the sky drifts slowly expanding and contracting, completing a full cycle every 18 years and 7 months. Across that cycle, the moon at certain moments rises far to the north of any solar rising, and at other moments far to the south. To recognize this pattern requires observation across a generation, and to measure it requires precision, and to memorialize it in stone fixing the extreme positions in the landscape itself requires both science and ambition. This is what Thom believed Carnac was: a monument to a knowledge already older device for predicting eclipses by knowing when the sun and the moon would align upon the same node of their celestial dance. For years Thom's theories were treated with suspicion. They were too clean, too modern, too sophisticated to fit the prevailing image of Stone Age peasants. But the new generation of researchers came armed with something Thom could not have dreamed of: software in the form of astronomical simulators, capable of reconstructing the precise position of every star, every planet, the sun and the moon on any given evening in human history. Among the most widely used of these tools is a program called Stellarium. With Stellarium, modern researchers can in effect stand beside a Neolithic priest at Carnac and look up at the sky exactly as he saw it 6,400 years ago. When the alignments of Menek West were entered into the simulation, the result was beyond what anyone had expected. 12 of the long parallel rows of stone matched the path of the ecliptic with striking precision, the band of sky along which the sun, moon and planets travel. They were not pointing at random horizons, they were tracing the highway of the heavens. And when the software was wound back to a specific spring evening, the alignment locked. On a particular night in the year 4392 BC, the planets Venus and Jupiter rose together along the line of those stones, blazing low above the horizon at the very moment when the priests of Carnac would have stood at the western end of the avenue and looked east. The rows had been laid down to catch that conjunction. For a single evening, the geometry of the stones and the geometry of the sky became the same geometry. Think on what that means. A people without writing, without paper, without telescopes, were nevertheless tracking the planets with such patient care that they could fix the rising of Venus and Jupiter into a permanent stone register. They were astronomers in the deepest sense of the word, observers, calculators, predictors. For them the sky was not a beautiful mystery. It was a clock, and a calendar, and a map of the gods. But a society capable of such knowledge does not arise on its own. It requires institutions, it requires teachers and students, and time, and above all, it requires leaders. And the next thread of evidence drawn from the great burial mounds that loom over Carnac would reveal who those leaders were. Chapter 4. The God Kings and the Jade Trade. To organise the building of 1,000 stones to feed the labourers who raised them, to train the astronomers who aligned them, one needs more than community. One needs command. And on the highest hill of Carnac, the evidence of that command still rises in the form of the largest burial mound in continental Europe. It is called the Tumulus of Saint Michel, 125 metres long, requiring an estimated 35,000 cubic metres of earth and stone to construct. Inside its chambers were buried individuals of staggering importance, persons treated in death as something more than mortal. The objects laid beside them speak of a status the modern world barely has a word for. These were god-kings, intermediaries between the people and the powers of sky and earth, and the treasures placed in their graves tell a second story every bit as astonishing. From the chambers came axe heads polished from jadeite, a stone of such hardness that even modern tools struggle with it. These axes were never meant to chop wood. They were emblems, weapons of office almost certainly never used, and the jadeite from which they were carved had not come from Brittany at all. It had been quarried from the high passes of the Italian Alps, more than 2,000 kilometres away. Alongside the jade lay strings of green-blue beads, hundreds of them made from a rare stone called Kailasa, a variety of variscite. The geological signature of these beads pointed not to Italy, but to the Iberian Peninsula, to the coasts of what is now Spain and Portugal. They had travelled to Carnac by sea. Together the jade and the Kailasa sketched the outlines of a trading network that scholars have begun to call Jade Europe, a continental system reaching from the Alps to the Atlantic, moving precious goods across mountains and seas over distances that no one had thought possible for the Neolithic world. The god-kings of Carnac sat at the western anchor of this network. They wore the wealth of half a continent in their tombs, and what they ruled was not a scattering of simple farmers. It was a society capable of long-distance navigation, of complex trade, of monumental engineering, of celestial science, and of ranked political authority. In every meaningful sense it was a civilization. So why have we never heard its name? We began on a windswept coast in Brittany before a field of grey stones that the world had largely chosen to overlook. We end before that same field, but with very different eyes. The new dates have placed the alignments of Carnac more than 1,000 years before Stonehenge. The new surveys have lifted from the soil a hidden landscape, with cooking fires inside, sacred circles, curses enclosures stretching across the fields, and a planned geography legible only from the sky. The new astronomy has shown us a people, watching the wobble of the moon and aligning their monuments to the rising of Venus and Jupiter on a chosen spring evening in the year 4392 BC. And the new chemistry has traced the goods in their tombs to the high Alps and to the Iberian coast, drawing the map of a forgotten trading world. The people who built Carnac were not tribesmen at the edge of history, as our long-inherited stories would have it. They were master builders, navigators, astronomers, and kings. They held a civilization in their hands, fragile in its written record, monumental in its stone. They left no books and no names and no clear voice of their own. But they left these alignments patient as the tides, accurate as the heavens, and now at last beginning to speak. A civilization has been lost, and slowly a civilization is being found. The lost civilization of Carnac. Chapter 1. The word that meant three things. Some of the oldest writing that has ever survived into our hands was pressed into wet clay by a people we call the Sumerians more than 5,000 years ago in the flat country between two rivers. And buried in that early writing is a single word that has never stopped troubling the scholars who study it. The word is Kur. What troubles them is that it does not mean one thing, it means three. Kur was the word for a mountain. It was also the word for a foreign land, for the strange country beyond the edge of the world the Sumerians knew. And it was the word for the realm of the dead, the dark place beneath everything, where the spirits went and from which the living did not return. One sign, three meanings. A mountain, a foreign land, and the underworld, all folded together into the same handful of marks in the clay. We tend to assume this is simply the clumsiness of an old language, a tongue that had not yet learned to separate its ideas. But the Sumerians were not a clumsy people. They invented the city, the written contract, the school, the law code. They were precise when they wished to be, so we should at least consider the other possibility, that the word meant three things because, to the people who first spoke it, those three things were the same thing. A mountain that was a foreign land, that was the country of the dead. Today we are going to follow that word. We are going to read what the Sumerians actually wrote about the place beneath the world, trace the road their merchants actually walked toward the rising sun, and stand at the mouth of a mountain that local people, to this day, still call by a name of dread. And along the way we are going to do something the internet rarely does with this story. We are going to separate what the Sumerians truly recorded from what later hands invented and added. If you follow forgotten history and the places it still touches, stay with us. Because if Kir was a place, then the people who feared it left us directions. Chapter 2, Inanna's Descent. To understand what the Sumerians meant by Kir, we have to read the oldest story we possess. Not one of the oldest. The oldest. There is a name attested in the earliest layers of Sumerian script, more than 5,000 years ago. It is Inanna of the Netherworld. No older story has come down to us with its narrative still intact. When we read it, we are reading the floor of human literature. There is nothing beneath it. The story is this. Inanna, Queen of Heaven, the most radiant of the Sumerian gods, decides to descend. She will go down into Kir, the great below, the kingdom ruled by her own sister Ereshkigal. She dresses herself in her finest ornaments and her power, and she goes down. And here is the detail that has held the attention of every scholar who has ever read it. She does not simply arrive, she passes through 7 gates. At the first gate, something is taken from her. At the second gate, something more. At each of the 7 gates, the keeper strips away one more piece of who she is, one ornament, one power, one part of her name, until she stands before her sister with nothing left, bowed and bare. Only then is she permitted into the deepest hall, and in that hall she is struck down and hung upon a hook and left like meat to dry in the dark. The land itself is described with a strange and consistent care. It is a place of dust, it is a place of dim light, not full darkness, but a grey half-light. It is composed of many rooms, separated by gates, surrounded by earth. The dead there eat dry clay and drink standing water. It is not fire and torment the way later cultures would imagine their hells. It is closer to a vast cold buried building. Now the conventional reading of this text treats it as exactly what it appears to be on the surface. A myth, a story about gods, about death and seasonal return, about the limits even of divine power. And that reading is not wrong. It is the careful, responsible reading, and the scholars who hold to it have good reason. But this is a channel about the things that do not quite sit still under the careful reading, and there is something about Inanna's descent that does not sit still. The structure of the journey does not feel like the structure of a dream. It feels like the structure of a route, a descent in stages. Checkpoints, each one with a keeper, each one demanding a toll, each one taking something from the traveller before the next stage is permitted. Preparation beforehand, and a warning that the traveller may not return. Strip away the divine names, and what remains reads less like theology, and more like the memory of a journey that real people made, into a real place, a place so dangerous that the only honest way to describe it was to say that the dead lived there. And every concrete detail in that memory, the dust, the dim glittering light, the descent through chambers, the cold, points in the same direction, down and east, toward the mountains, which raises a question the myth alone cannot answer. Why would a people of the flat river country know anything at all about the mountains in the east? Chapter 3, The Tin Road. The answer is bronze. Sumer was a civilization built on mud and water and grain. What it did not have, anywhere in its reach, was metal. And the age the Sumerians lived in was the age of bronze, the metal that made the tools, the blades, the ornaments, the very edge of their world. Bronze is not a metal you dig out of the ground. It is a marriage of two: copper, which the ancient Near East could find, and tin, which it could not. Tin was the problem that shaped the ancient world. There was almost none of it in Mesopotamia. To make bronze, the Sumerians and the peoples who came after them had to reach far beyond their own horizon, along trading routes so old and so long that historians sometimes call them the ancestor of the Silk Road. The Tin Road, the Bronze Road, a thread of merchants and pack animals and rest stops stretching east, away from the rivers toward the mountains where the tin was born. For a long time this was something we knew mostly from written records, from the clay account books of ancient merchants who wrote down what they shipped and what they were paid. The merchants of one ancient trading colony at a place called Kultepe left archives describing tin moving through their hands by the donkey load, but records can be argued with. What changed the picture was the metal itself. In recent years, scientists learned to read tin the way you might read a fingerprint. Every tin deposit on Earth carries a slightly different signature, locked in the isotopes of the metal, a chemical trace of where it came out of the ground. Researchers tested ancient tin, and among the things they tested was the cargo of a ship that sank off the coast of Turkey more than 3,000 years ago. The signatures pointed somewhere very specific. A portion of that ancient tin had come from Central Asia, from the mountains of what is now Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. The written hints and the hard chemistry agreed. The tin road was real, and it ran east, into exactly the high country the myth kept pointing toward. This is the piece that the old mythological reading never had. We are not guessing that Sumerians knew the eastern mountains. We can now trace the metal in their hands back to those mountains. Their merchants walked that road, or the merchants they bought from did. They crossed those passes. They spent months, by their own account, travelling through the lands of many mountains to bring tin home. And men who walk a hard road for months do not simply fetch the cargo and leave. They see things. They hear the stories the local people tell. They remember the places that frightened them, and they carry those places home in their speech. So consider what the word Kur is actually holding together. A mountain, a foreign land, the country of the dead. Now lay that beside what we know. A people who had to send their own out, across foreign land into the mountains, on a journey so long and so dangerous that many surely never came back. Of course the three meanings fused. The mountain in the east was the foreign land, and the foreign land for too many families was the place their people went and did not return from. The myth and the trade map have begun to lay over one another, and at the far eastern end of that map, in the high country where the tin was born, there is a particular mountain. The people who live around it still have a name for it, and the name is not a kind one. Chapter 4. The Mine of Death. In the mountains of southern Kyrgyzstan, in a region called Batken, there is a cave called Khan-e-Gut. It is not a small cave. It runs for some 6 kilometers through the rock, a system of 18 great halls linked by deep cavities and narrow throats of stone, with abysses between them, drops into the dark that the early explorers measured with falling stones and silence. The air carries a fine brown and black dust. The halls are large and lightless. The mountain it runs through is all bearing rock, iron and lead and silver, and for a very long stretch of human history people went down into Khan-e-Gut to take that metal out. By various accounts the work went on for something close to 1,500 years, generation after generation descending into the labyrinth. The scholar known to Europe as Avicenna wrote of this cave. It is named in old Chinese sources and in old Arabic ones. For the medieval world it was a place of known importance. But the name the local people gave it is the part that should hold our attention. They did not call it the silver mine or the iron mine. They called it Khan-e-Gut, the mine of death. And the stories that gather around it are the stories that gather around any place that takes people and does not always give them back. A legend that a straying lamb led a shepherd to its mouth, and that treasure waited inside. Older rumours of hidden libraries in the dark, of spirits in the halls, of wealth the cave guards and will not surrender. These are the things people say about a place with a long memory of swallowing the people who enter it. So stand back and look at what we have. A people in the river country with a single word for mountain, foreign land and underworld. A real trade road carrying real metal out of these eastern mountains and into their hands. And here, in those mountains, a real cave, worked for 15 centuries, feared enough that the people beside it named it for death. Now, I want to be careful here, because this is the exact point where this kind of story usually goes wrong. It would be very easy, and very satisfying, to tell you that the Sumerians personally mined this cave, that their writing is carved on its walls, that there is a sealed chamber and a hidden truth and someone who does not want you to know. You may already have heard a version of this story that says exactly those things, and almost none of it is true. The reason the truth matters is that the truth in this case is the better story. Chapter 5. The invented version. There is a popular telling of this mystery that has travelled all over the internet, and it is worth knowing exactly what it claims, because almost every striking detail in it was invented. That telling names a specific tablet with a specific catalogue number and says the tablet gives precise coordinates to an entrance. It does not. The catalogue number it uses belongs to a different collection entirely, from a different ancient city than the one the story names. The story contradicts itself in its own first paragraph, and the contradiction is only invisible if you do not check. That telling describes Soviet geologists who found Sumerian writing carved deep inside the cave, an archway, a sealed void that instruments could not measure, a cover-up, a named scientist who gave a deathbed interview. None of these people can be found. None of these surveys can be found. The archway, the void, the seal, the classified file, they exist only in the story that needs them to exist. That telling leans on a real genetic study. It attaches the names of real scientists, and then claims the DNA proves a population vanished underground and came back changed. The study is bent into a shape its authors never gave it. The conclusion is invented, and the names are borrowed to make the invention sound careful. And that telling places Sumerian miners inside Kani Gut, carving their script on the walls 1,500 metres down. But the documented working life of that cave belongs to a much later world. To the medieval centuries, to Arab and then Chinese miners, between roughly the 6th century and the 11th, there is no Sumerian writing in Kani Gut. The story put it there because the story needed a prize. Here is why this matters to us, and why we are not simply going to repeat the exciting version. The people who watch this channel are not children. You notice when a date is wrong. You notice when a citation is hollow. And once you catch a storyteller inventing one thing, you are right to wonder what else they invented. A mystery built on fabricated evidence is not a mystery. It is just a lie wearing a documentary's clothes. But strip all of it away, every invented tablet and every invented scientist, and look at what is still standing once the rumour is gone. A word, Kyr, that genuinely meant mountain and foreign land and underworld at once. The oldest surviving myth in human hands, Inanna's descent, genuinely structured like a staged and guarded journey down. A tin road that genuinely ran from these eastern mountains into Sumerian hands, now confirmed by the chemistry of the metal itself. And a real cave in those mountains, genuinely worked for 15 centuries, genuinely feared, genuinely named the Mine of Death by the people who live beside it. Not one of those 4 things had to be invented. They are simply true, and they are connected. Which leaves us with the only question worth ending on. If we are honest about all of it, what did the Sumerians actually mean by the country of the dead? Chapter 6. What Kyr really meant. The answer in the end is quieter than the rumour wanted it to be, and it is larger. The Sumerians were not writing about a hollow world with another civilization sealed inside it. We have listened carefully to the inside of this planet, and there is no buried country down there, no vast chamber waiting beyond a collapsed tunnel. That was never what the evidence was telling us. But the Sumerians were also not writing pure fantasy. They were doing something that every people has had to do. They were recording the edge of the world they knew, using the only words they had. They had no term for a tin mine in a foreign mountain range 1,000 miles from their rivers. They had no way to write deep geology, or altitude, or the particular death that waits in a lightless shaft. What they had was the word Kyr, the mountain, the foreign land, the place below, where people go and do not come back. So they put all of it into that one word, because from where they stood it was all one thing. The mountains in the east were foreign, and they were deadly, and the road into them took their people away into the dust and the dim light, sometimes forever. When they wrote the descent of Inanna, the stages, the gates, the keepers, the toll taken at each threshold, the warning that the traveller might not return, they may simply have been writing the truest account they could of what it was to go down into the dark of a real mountain and try to come back up. That is not a smaller story than the one the internet tells. It is a far older one, and a far more human one. It says that the oldest literature we possess is not a fairy tale, it is a memory of real roads, real mountains, and real people brave enough or desperate enough to walk into the country they had named for death, so that the rest of them could live in the age of bronze. The mountain is still there, the people beside it still call it by that name, and the word Kür, more than 5,000 years after it was first pressed into wet clay, still means exactly what it always meant: the mountain, the foreign land, and the place from which the living too often did not return.
For over 10,000 years, entire civilizations rose, organized themselves with precision, belief, and long-term planning, and then disappeared so completely that even their names were forgotten. Cities without streets, temples older than farming, capitals that ruled empires yet left no memory, walls rebuilt by conquerors who never questioned why they stood, underground worlds designed not to be seen at all. How did people with no writing create systems this complex, and why did societies this advanced choose to bury, abandon, or erase themselves? If progress is supposed to move forward, why does archaeology keep finding evidence that it moved sideways or backwards? Were these failures or deliberate choices? And what else have we misunderstood about the origins of civilization that history never warned us about? Ephesus. At the western edge of Anatolia, where the Aegean once pressed inland and ships moved easily between sea and stone, the city of Ephesus existed not as a ruin, but as an expectation, a place built with the quiet confidence that the world it served would continue indefinitely, that trade would flow, festivals would return, children would inherit streets already worn smooth by their ancestors, and that the future would arrive on schedule. Even now, as its avenues lie open to the sky, the intrigue of Ephesus emerges not from what remains standing, but from the unsettling mismatch between its ambition and its end, between a city that once operated as one of the most sophisticated urban systems of the ancient Mediterranean, and the silence that eventually overtook it, raising a question that archaeology alone struggles to resolve. How does a city designed for permanence lose the conditions that made it intelligible to those who built it? The physical evidence suggests continuity rather than fragility. Broad marble roads engineered with drainage channels, terraced housing with pressurized water, public latrines flushed by flowing streams, fountains designed not merely to provide water but to choreograph civic life, and monumental architecture arranged with deliberate spatial logic, most famously the Library of Celsus, whose facade concealed not only scrolls but a tomb, embedding memory into daily use, and the Great Theatre, capable of holding tens of thousands, oriented toward both performance and the harbour beyond, binding entertainment, commerce and cosmology into a single civic frame. Ephesus was not a peripheral settlement, but a hinge point between worlds, enriched by its position along trade routes that connected Anatolia to Greece, Rome and the Near East, and anchored by the Temple of Artemis, once among the largest religious structures ever built, rebuilt repeatedly after destruction, each iteration larger than the last, as if scale itself were a form of devotion, signalling a population that understood rebuilding not as recovery, but as obligation. Archaeological layers reveal continuous adaptation, Hellenistic planning overwritten by Roman expansion, pagan sanctuaries repurposed, streets re-leveled, statues replaced, inscriptions updated, suggesting not stagnation but resilience, a city constantly adjusting its surface without abandoning its core logic. Yet, embedded within this evidence of competence lies a contradiction that grows louder the more precisely Ephesus is mapped. Its decline does not align cleanly with conquest, sudden disaster, or singular catastrophe, but instead appears gradual, administrative, environmental, and almost banal, the result of processes too slow to inspire myth, yet too consequential to ignore. The harbour that once sustained Ephesus began to silt, a natural geological process accelerated by deforestation and river management upstream. And as the shoreline retreated, So too did the city's reason for being, forcing costly dredging efforts that continued for centuries, implying an awareness of the threat and a belief that it could be managed indefinitely. Written records attest to earthquakes, plagues, religious transitions, and political reorganization, but none alone explain why such a well-funded, well-maintained metropolis ultimately failed to reorient itself, especially when evidence shows continued investment long after warning signs were unmistakable. Streets were still repaired, baths heated, monuments restored, even as maritime access degraded, suggesting that the people of Ephesus did not experience their situation as terminal, but as a temporary imbalance within a system that had always corrected itself before. The contradiction deepens when later Christian significance is considered, as Ephesus became a center of early ecclesiastical authority, hosting councils and traditions that should have ensured its survival as a spiritual capital even after economic decline. Yet this too faded, leaving behind churches converted, abandoned, or quarried for stone. The failure, then, is not one of intelligence or effort, but of foresight constrained by success. Ephesus had worked for too long, too well, reinforcing assumptions that tomorrow would resemble yesterday closely enough to justify continuity. Speculation fills the space left by this erosion of certainty, with some scholars emphasizing environmental determinism, viewing the silting harbour as the primary agent of collapse, while others point to shifting trade networks under Roman and later Byzantine administration, arguing that power relocated faster than infrastructure could follow. Still others frame Ephesus as a casualty of its own scale, a city whose complexity required constant surplus and coordination, making it uniquely vulnerable to incremental disruptions that smaller settlements could absorb invisibly. More unconventional interpretations linger at the margins, suggesting that Ephesus was not abandoned so much as hollowed out, its symbolic importance outlasting its practical function, transforming it into a stage set maintained for ritual, memory, and authority long after its economic core had migrated elsewhere. In this view, the ruins do not represent sudden loss, but a prolonged afterlife, a city continuing to perform itself even as the audience thinned. What remains most unsettling is how ordinary this process appears in retrospect, how little drama accompanies the unraveling of something once considered essential, and how few contemporary voices seem to have recognized that they were living through an ending rather than a transition. The final silence of Ephesus does not announce itself with destruction, but with irrelevance, as attention drifts, maintenance lapses, and meaning slowly detaches from place, leaving stone intact but context gone. Today, walking its streets, the impression is not of mystery in the sense of the unknowable, but of proximity to a mindset that assumed endurance as a default condition. A reminder that civilizations rarely perceive their own fragility while it is still negotiable, and that the most unexplained aspect of Ephesus may not be why it fell, but why it seemed, for so long, inconceivable that it ever could. Gobekli Tepe. On a limestone ridge in southeastern Anatolia, long before cities, writing, pottery, or metal, before the idea of history itself had formed, the hill now called Gobekli Tepe was not a ruin, but a destination, a place people deliberately traveled toward with purpose, memory, and expectation, gathering under open skies in a world that had not yet learned to think of itself as permanent. The intrigue of Gobekli Tepe begins with an absence rather than a presence, with the unsettling realization that, according to long-held assumptions about human development, this place should not exist at all, because it was built by communities that were supposed to be incapable of organizing large-scale labor, abstract symbolism, or enduring architectural projects, yet the ground here contradicts those assumptions in stone. Excavations have revealed massive circular enclosures dating to the pre-pottery Neolithic, more than 11,000 years old, each ring defined by towering T-shaped limestone pillars, weighing up to 20 tons, quarried, carved, transported, and erected without metal tools, wheels, domesticated animals, or settled agriculture, and decorated with reliefs of foxes, snakes, vultures, boars, spiders, and abstract symbols whose meanings remain unresolved. These pillars are not crude uprights, but carefully proportioned forms, some bearing stylized arms, hands, belts, and loincloths, suggesting not posts but beings, entities rendered in stone at a scale that dominates the human body, arranged in deliberate orientations that imply choreography rather than shelter. No hearths, no domestic refuse, no evidence of long-term habitation appears within the enclosures, reinforcing the interpretation that Gobekli Tepe was not a village, but a constructed space of gathering, ritual, or cosmological function, maintained over centuries through repeated building phases in which older circles were intentionally buried and new ones raised above them, an act requiring foresight, memory, and collective agreement across generations. The labour implied is immense. Hundreds of people coordinating quarrying, carving, hauling, and erection, fed and organised in a landscape where subsistence was still based on hunting and foraging. A social investment so disproportionate to survival needs that it forces a re-evaluation of what motivated early human communities. The contradiction emerges sharply here, because the dominant model of prehistory long insisted that agriculture enabled surplus, surplus enabled hierarchy, and hierarchy enabled monuments. Yet Gobekli Tepe inverts this sequence entirely, presenting monumentality before farming, symbolism before settlement, and collective ideology before economic necessity. Even more confounding, shortly after the site's peak use, the same communities appear to have begun domesticating plants and animals in the surrounding region, leading some researchers to suggest that the social demands created by places like Gobekli Tepe may have driven the invention of agriculture itself, rather than the other way around, implying that belief systems, not calories, reorganized human life. The contradiction deepens with the site's deliberate burial. These enclosures were not destroyed by enemies or abandoned through neglect, but carefully backfilled with tons of rubble, bones, and debris, preserving the pillars beneath artificial mounds, an action that required as much coordination as construction and suggests closure rather than collapse. Why would a society invest so much energy into concealing its own monumental past? And what does it mean that this burial coincides with profound changes in subsistence and settlement patterns across the region? Speculation branches outward from this silence, with conventional interpretations framing Gobekli Tepe as a ritual centre used by multiple mobile groups, a neutral ground where seasonal gatherings reinforced shared cosmologies and alliances, while more unconventional theories propose astronomical alignments, shamanic symbolism, or even encoded mythologies marking a cognitive threshold in human consciousness. Some see the animals carved on the pillars as clan totems, others as constellations, still others as mythic narratives, now untranslatable, without the oral traditions that once animated them, revealing how dependent meaning is on continuity rather than material survival. The work of Klaus Schmidt, who first recognized the site's significance, emphasized restraint, repeatedly warning against projecting later religious frameworks backward. Yet even cautious scholarship cannot escape the implication that Gobekli Tepe represents organized belief without priests, architecture without cities, and sacred space without domesticated life. What unsettles most is not the mystery of how it was built, but why? Because nothing in the archaeological record demands such an undertaking for survival, and everything about it suggests a shared internal world powerful enough to mobilize people across landscapes and lifetimes. In the end, Gobekli Tepe resists resolution not because evidence is lacking, but because the assumptions brought to it are inadequate. revealing a deep discomfort with the possibility that meaning, imagination, and symbolic obligation were primary forces in shaping human history rather than byproducts of material success. The pillars still stand where they were set, staring outward with faceless permanence, not as answers, but as reminders that the first great human constructions may have been acts of belief, aimed not at mastering nature, but at negotiating existence itself, leaving behind a silence that continues to unsettle modern certainty about where civilization truly began. Chatal Hoyuk, rising from the Konya plain as a low, unassuming mound, rather than a skyline of stone. Chatal Hoyuk once functioned as a complete human world, a dense aggregation of lives pressed together so tightly that the boundary between house, memory, and body dissolved, forming a settlement that assumed continuity not through monuments or walls, but through repetition, inheritance, and shared routines repeated across centuries. The intrigue of Chatal Hoyuk begins with its refusal to resemble what modern intuition expects from an early city. There are no streets, no palaces, no temples rising above others, no obvious hierarchy written into space. Yet, for more than 1,000 years, up to 8,000 people lived here simultaneously, coordinating daily life within an architectural logic that seems, at first glance, almost deliberately alien. Excavation reveals a honeycomb of mud brick houses built wall to wall, entered from the roof by ladders, with movement across the settlement taking place over rooftops rather than along ground-level paths, creating a lived environment that blurred private and public space and transformed the entire surface of the town into a shared plane of circulation. Inside these houses, the evidence grows more intimate and more unsettling. Floors plastered and replastered dozens of times, walls painted with scenes of hunting, abstract geometric patterns, and what may be one of the earliest known depictions of a settlement beneath a volcanic eruption, platforms used for sleeping and working, and beneath them, the dead. Human remains were carefully buried under living spaces, skulls sometimes removed, replastered and displayed, then reburied, embedding ancestry directly into domestic life so that the living quite literally slept above their past. Animal symbolism permeates the architecture, bull horns set into walls, leopard reliefs flanking platforms, bones incorporated into construction, suggesting a worldview in which human identity was inseparable from animal forces and cyclical regeneration. The labor required to maintain this environment was constant and communal, from sourcing clay and timber to rebuilding houses atop the remains of earlier ones, creating a vertical archive of lived experience that accumulated slowly rather than erupting into monumental form. For decades, the site challenged archaeological categories because it exhibited density without stratification, ritual without temples, and continuity without kings, forcing a reconsideration of how complex societies can function without centralized authority. Yet the contradiction at the heart of Chatal Hoyuk becomes clearer as the layers accumulate. Despite its apparent stability and longevity, the settlement shows subtle signs of stress, environmental pressure, and eventual dispersal that do not align with a single catastrophic event. Over time, houses became smaller, symbolic wall art less elaborate, resources more stretched, and the careful balance between people and landscape more precarious as farming intensified, and the surrounding environment was reshaped to sustain a growing population. There is no evidence of invasion or sudden collapse, no burned destruction layer or mass graves signaling violence, only a gradual thinning of occupation until the mound was finally abandoned, leaving behind a perfectly functional social model that nonetheless failed to perpetuate itself indefinitely. The contradiction lies in the fact that Chatal Hoyuk appears to have solved many of the problems that later societies struggled with. Inequality, urban alienation, centralized power, yet still proved impermanent, raising uncomfortable questions about whether sustainability is ever absolute or merely extended. Archaeologists have debated whether the very features that made Chatal Hoyuk resilient also limited its adaptability. Its tightly interwoven social fabric may have resisted innovation or large-scale reorganization, making incremental environmental and economic pressures increasingly difficult to absorb. Interpretations diverge sharply, with some viewing the settlement as a deliberately egalitarian experiment maintained through shared ritual and social norms, while others argue that hierarchy existed but was expressed subtly through access to symbolic spaces, burial treatment, or control over ritual knowledge rather than overt architecture. The long-running excavations led by Ian Hodder emphasized reflexive archaeology, acknowledging that modern assumptions about power, religion and progress shape interpretation, and that Chatal Hoyuk may represent a social logic fundamentally different from later urban models rather than an incomplete version of them. More speculative theories suggest that the intense focus on interior life, houses as ritual centers, memory vaults, and symbolic landscapes may have made the settlement inward-looking, prioritizing continuity with ancestors over engagement with broader regional networks that were emerging elsewhere. As neighboring communities adopted new forms of social organization, trade, and specialization, Chatal Hoyuk may have gradually lost its relevance, not because it failed, but because the world around it changed in ways that made its internal coherence less advantageous. What remains most striking is how fully human the site feels despite its age. Children grew up here, elders died here, meals were prepared, walls repainted, stories retold, and expectations quietly maintained that tomorrow would resemble today, closely enough to justify rebuilding yet another house atop the last. The final abandonment offers no moral lesson or dramatic warning, only absence, a reminder that even societies built on balance and shared meaning are not exempt from impermanence. Standing before the exposed ruins today, it becomes clear that Chatal Hoyuk's mystery does not lie in how advanced it was or why it ended, but in how calmly it demonstrates that complexity, equality, belief, and loss are not sequential stages of progress, but overlapping conditions of human existence, leaving behind a silent mound that once held an entire world, and now asks without words how many such worlds have risen and faded without ever being named. Mount Nemrut, high in the Taurus Mountains, where wind strips language from thought and altitude, erodes all pretense of permanence. Mount Nemrut rises not as a natural peak alone, but as a deliberate interruption of the landscape. A mountain reshaped to preserve meaning, authority, and memory far beyond the lifespan of the people who built it, by those who assumed that stone elevation and cosmic alignment could outlast time itself. The intrigue of Mount Nemrut begins with scale deployed in isolation. Colossal seated figures, some over 9 meters tall when intact, positioned atop an artificial tumulus of crushed limestone, rising like a frozen explosion. Constructed not at the center of a thriving city, but at the edge of habitable geography, where survival itself is effort, and access is limited by snow, wind, and seasonal closure. This is not a monument meant to be stumbled upon, but one that demands intention, ascent, and submission to exposure, implying that those who built it believed meaning intensified with distance from ordinary life. Archaeological evidence dates the complex to the 1st century BCE and links it to Antiochus I of Commagene, a minor king ruling a fragile buffer state between Roman and Parthian power, whose inscriptions describe in obsessive detail his divine lineage, his syncretic theology, and his instructions for eternal ritual maintenance, revealing a ruler acutely aware of impermanence and determined to outpace it through symbolism. The statues themselves embody this ambition. Composite gods merging Greek and Persian identities, Zeus Oromasdes, Apollo Mithras, Heracles Artagnes, seated beside the deified Antiochus, forming a pantheon designed to reconcile competing cultures under a single cosmological order, carved with precision and arranged to face celestial events, especially the rising and setting sun. Reliefs depict handshakes between king and gods, gestures frozen in stone meant to communicate equality, legitimacy, and eternal recognition, while long inscriptions prescribe festivals, sacrifices, and priestly duties to be carried out in perpetuity, assuming that future generations would not only remember but comply. The labour involved was immense, transporting massive blocks to a summit over 2,000 metres high, shaping them, assembling terraces, and creating the tumulus itself, which contains millions of stones piled deliberately to deter intrusion, suggesting an anxiety not just about death, but about violation, forgetting, and reinterpretation. Yet, embedded within this display of confidence, lies a contradiction that becomes unavoidable as soon as the site is contextualized historically. Antiochus ruled for only a few decades. His kingdom was absorbed shortly after his death, and the elaborate ritual calendar he devised did not survive even a handful of generations, rendering Mount Nemrut almost immediately obsolete as a functioning religious center. The priests vanished, the sacrifices ceased, and the gods, carefully balanced between empires, lost their political relevance, leaving the statues exposed to centuries of freeze-thaw cycles, earthquakes and erosion that eventually severed their heads from their bodies, scattering faces across the terraces in an arrangement that appears deliberate but is entirely indifferent. The contradiction deepens when considering that the monument's purpose was not simply commemoration but continuity. Antiochus did not seek remembrance alone, but participation, envisioning a future in which his theology structured time itself through ritual repetition. Yet the very forces he tried to harmonize, empire, culture, belief, shifted too quickly for stone to anchor. Unlike cities that decline through economic or environmental processes, Mount Nemrut failed conceptually, its symbolic language becoming unintelligible as soon as the political context dissolved, turning its gods into relics rather than actors. Modern scholarship debates whether the tumulus conceals Antiochus's tomb at all, as no burial chamber has been conclusively found despite geophysical surveys, raising the possibility that the monument was more symbolic than sepulchral, a stage set for eternity that never required a body, or one deliberately concealed beyond recovery, reinforcing the theme of inaccessibility. Speculation surrounds the astronomical alignments of the terraces, with some researchers suggesting deliberate orientation to solstices or stellar configurations, while others caution that coincidence and selective interpretation may exaggerate precision. Yet, even skepticism cannot erase the intentional dialogue with the sky that the site enforces. More unconventional theories frame Mount Nemrut as an early experiment in manufactured mythology, a conscious attempt to fuse traditions into a new synthetic belief system tailored for political survival, revealing an awareness that legitimacy could be engineered as carefully as architecture. In this reading, Antiochus was not delusional, but pragmatic, using scale, isolation, and cosmology to compensate for geopolitical fragility, betting that gods carved in stone could stabilize borders that armies could not. What ultimately remains unresolved is not how Mount Nemrut was built or whom it represented, but why its creator believed so deeply that meaning could be frozen in form, immune to reinterpretation, decay, or neglect. Today, the fallen heads stare outward with eroded expressions that no longer command reverence or fear. Only reflection, as sunrise and sunset continue to perform the ritual Antiochus prescribed, attended not by priests, but by tourists and silence. The mountain still fulfills its astronomical function perfectly, indifferent to belief, reminding modern observers that while humans may construct eternity in stone, time requires no such effort. And the most enduring aspect of Mount Nemrut is not the king who named himself divine, but the unanswered question of whether any system of meaning, however elevated, can survive the moment its audience disappears. Hattusa. On a high plateau in central Anatolia, encircled by ridges that mute the horizon and winters that punish complacency, Hattusa once functioned as the nerve center of an empire that assumed its laws, gods, and treaties would continue to regulate the world long after individual lives had passed. A city built not merely to house people, but to stabilize order itself through stone, ritual, and record. The intrigue of Hattusa arises from a dissonance that only becomes apparent after the scale is understood, because this was no marginal stronghold, but the capital of the Hittite Empire, a power that rivaled Egypt and Babylon, negotiated the earliest known international peace treaty, and governed vast territories. Yet today, it lies silent and exposed, its authority erased so completely that for centuries even its name was forgotten. Archaeological evidence reveals a city of extraordinary intentionality, massive cyclopean walls extending over 6 kilometers, punctuated by ceremonial gateways such as the Lion Gate and the King's Gate, each flanked by sculpted guardians meant to project permanence and intimidation. Carefully planned upper and lower cities, temples arranged by rank and deity, and an administrative core filled with archives rather than palaces, suggesting that control flowed through documentation as much as force. Tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets have been recovered, written in multiple languages, recording laws, rituals, diplomatic correspondence, and inventories, revealing a bureaucratic culture obsessed with precedent, classification, and continuity, a society that believed order could be preserved through replication and correct procedure. The religious landscape of Hattusa reinforces this logic, as the city housed hundreds of gods, each with prescribed rituals, reflecting a cosmology that prioritized inclusion and balance over exclusivity, and extended outward to sanctuaries like Yazilikaya, where processions of carved deities march eternally along rock walls, culminating in cosmic hierarchies rendered in stone, integrating kingship directly into divine order. The effort required to maintain such a system was immense, demanding agricultural surplus, trained scribes, ritual specialists, and constant rebuilding in a landscape prone to seismic activity and harsh climate. Yet for centuries it functioned, projecting the impression of a civilization that had solved the problem of governance through redundancy and tradition. The contradiction emerges precisely here, because despite this apparent robustness, Hattusa did not gradually decline or adapt into a successor state. It was abruptly abandoned around 1200 BCE, its population dispersing, its archives left behind, and its monumental core allowed to decay, an outcome that seems incompatible with a system so deeply invested in preservation. Unlike cities that fall to singular conquest, Hattusa's end aligns with the broader Bronze Age collapse, a period marked by systemic disruption across the eastern Mediterranean, yet the evidence at Hattusa resists simple explanation. There are signs of destruction in places, but not uniformly. Indications of famine and resource stress appear in texts, but not at levels that alone explain total abandonment. And while external pressure from migrating groups is often cited, the city's defences suggest it was built precisely to withstand such threats. The contradiction deepens when the written record is considered, because the Hittites documented everything, yet left no clear narrative of their own end, as if the mechanisms of collapse unfolded faster than the bureaucracy could process, record, and ritualize them. Even powerful kings like Suppiluliuma I, who expanded the empire to its zenith, appear in retrospect not as architects of lasting stability, but as accelerants of complexity, binding distant regions into a network that amplified vulnerability when communication, trade, or climate faltered. The more Hattusa is understood as a system, the more its disappearance resembles a failure of interdependence rather than of strength, a reminder that tightly coupled structures can unravel rapidly when multiple stresses converge. Speculation fills the silence left by this disappearance, with scholars proposing cascading causes: prolonged drought, reducing agricultural output, internal revolts destabilizing authority, disruptions in trade severing access to critical resources like tin, and external pressures from groups later labelled as Sea Peoples, all interacting within a system optimized for continuity rather than resilience. Some interpretations suggest that Hattusa was deliberately evacuated, its administrative elite recognizing that the capital's symbolic weight made it a liability rather than an asset in a fragmented landscape, choosing mobility over monumentality in a world that no longer rewarded fixed centers of power. More unconventional theories emphasize cognitive collapse, arguing that the ritual and bureaucratic load required to sustain Hittite order became unsustainable under stress, leading not to rebellion but to disengagement, as people simply stopped performing the actions that made the system real. In this view, Hattusa did not fall so much as cease to be believed in, its gods unattended, its laws unenforced, its walls irrelevant without consensus. What remains most unsettling is how thoroughly the city vanished from memory. Unlike Troy or Babylon, Hattusa left no continuous legend, no living tradition to anchor its ruins, until modern archaeology reconstructed its identity from tablets buried in ash. Walking among its gates today, the scale still overwhelms. Yet the absence of narrative is palpable, as if the city exhausted its capacity to be remembered by investing too heavily in permanence. The open-ended mystery of Hattusa lies not in pinpointing a single cause of collapse, but in confronting the possibility that civilizations most confident in their systems may be least prepared for conditions that render those systems obsolete, leaving behind stone, records, and gods without practitioners, and a landscape that once coordinated an empire, now serving only as a quiet testament to how completely order can dissolve when the assumptions that sustain it quietly fail. Diyarbakir walls. Along a bend of the Tigris River, where basalt erupts from the earth like a geological verdict, and the landscape itself seems to demand fortification, the Diyarbakir walls once enclosed not merely a city but a promise that continuity could be enforced through stone, that memory could be disciplined into permanence, and that the future could be held at bay by sheer mass and repetition. The intrigue of the walls does not arise from mystery of origin, but from endurance, because unlike monuments built for singular rulers or moments, these fortifications were expanded, repaired, inscribed, and reinscribed for nearly 2 millennia, absorbing empires without collapsing into one, functioning as a living archive of power rather than its relic. Stretching over 5 kilometers and rising in places to 12 meters, constructed almost entirely of black basalt blocks, fitted with austere precision, the walls appear less like architecture than like a boundary condition imposed on history, a line beyond which chaos was meant to remain external. Archaeological and textual evidence reveals layers of authorship: Roman foundations, Byzantine reinforcements, Islamic restorations, Artukid towers, Ottoman repairs, each regime adding inscriptions, reliefs, symbols and proclamations directly onto the stone, not to erase predecessors, but to overwrite them visibly, asserting legitimacy through continuity rather than rupture. Reliefs of animals, astrological symbols, Quranic verses, imperial titles, and construction records coexist on the same surfaces, forming a palimpsest in which authority is measured not by novelty but by successful inheritance of the wall's function. The city within, modern Diyarbakir, operated for centuries under the assumption that the walls were not defensive structures alone but guarantors of order, defining civic identity as much as security, shaping movement, trade, and belonging. Towers punctuated the circuit at regular intervals, each with specific names and functions, transforming the wall into a modular system capable of adaptation rather than a static barrier, while gates regulated interaction with the outside world, controlling flow rather than preventing it outright. Unlike cities that grew beyond their walls and rendered them obsolete, Diyarbakir remained in dialogue with its fortifications, repairing breaches, adjusting sightlines, and incorporating new technologies without abandoning the underlying logic that the city was something to be contained and defended as a coherent whole. Yet the contradiction embedded in this endurance becomes apparent when continuity itself becomes the subject of scrutiny, because the walls succeeded in outlasting empires but failed to preserve any single meaning across time, becoming stable in form while fluid in purpose. Each inscription that claims eternal rule now reads as provisional, each emblem of dominion rendered equivalent by erosion, their declarations flattened into surface texture rather than authority. The walls did not prevent conquest, they merely slowed it, and in doing so, they became witnesses rather than arbiters of history, absorbing violence, siege, and transition without resolving them. More unsettling is the realization that the wall's greatest success, longevity, also contributed to their interpretive emptiness, as repetition dulled the urgency of meaning, transforming acts of defense into routines and inscriptions into habits rather than statements. As warfare evolved, artillery rendered massive walls increasingly symbolic, yet they continued to be repaired, not because they were strategically decisive, but because abandoning them would fracture the city's sense of itself. In this way, the walls reveal a contradiction between practical utility and psychological necessity, persisting less as military technology than as a shared agreement that the city required a visible edge to remain legible. Speculation surrounding the Diyarbakir walls often focuses on their function as instruments of power. But a deeper ambiguity lies in their role as negotiators between inside and outside, safety and exposure, belonging and exclusion. Some scholars frame the walls as an early expression of urban sovereignty, a statement that governance begins at the boundary, while others emphasize their symbolic absorption of successive identities, arguing that the walls succeeded precisely because they never demanded ideological purity. More unconventional interpretations suggest that the walls functioned as a form of collective memory management, allowing regimes to claim legitimacy through inscription rather than transformation, reducing the need for violent rupture by offering stone as a neutral medium of succession. In this reading, the walls are not monuments to domination, but to compromise, enabling continuity by accepting contradiction rather than resolving it. Yet, even this adaptability has limits, and the modern era exposes a tension the walls were never designed to address: the erosion of boundaries not through siege, but through irrelevance. As cities expand, identities fragment, and governance shifts from physical control to abstract systems, the walls remain, intact yet increasingly detached from the forces that once justified their existence. They are preserved, photographed, restored, and celebrated as heritage, but heritage itself is a form of distance, acknowledging value without dependence. The walls no longer define who is inside or outside. They define what is past. Walking their circuit today, one encounters not mystery in the sense of the unknown, but accumulation without resolution, a structure that contains centuries of certainty without delivering a conclusion. The open-ended enigma of the Diyarbakir walls lies in their quiet challenge to the modern assumption that progress replaces rather than layers, because here power did not erase power, belief did not eliminate belief, and meaning did not arrive cleanly or leave decisively. Instead, it accreted weathered and persisted, leaving behind a boundary that still stands long after the reasons for its construction have dissolved, asking whether permanence is achieved through dominance or through the willingness to be reused by those who no longer remember why it was first built. Sionur. On a low rise above the Boğazçay stream in southeastern Anatolia, long before villages hardened into cities or belief hardened into doctrine, Sionur existed as a lived experiment, a settlement where human beings were not yet certain what kind of world they were building, only that it needed to hold together long enough for memory, labor, and expectation to begin compounding across generations. The intrigue of Sionur lies in its quiet refusal to present a single identity, because it is neither a camp nor a city, neither fully mobile nor fully settled, but something transitional and unresolved, preserved at the precise moment when humanity began reorganizing itself around permanence without yet understanding the consequences of doing so. Archaeological layers reveal a sequence of architectural forms unlike anything before it. Round huts giving way to rectangular buildings, then to carefully planned grill pattern foundations. Terrazzo floors made of crushed limestone polished smooth, and open courtyards that suggest communal coordination rather than individual enclosure. These are not random experiments, but iterative solutions, evidence of people learning through trial, failure, and repetition, how to live in place rather than pass through it. The labour embedded in this transformation is substantial, requiring quarrying, transport, planning and maintenance, all without metal tools or beasts of burden, implying sustained cooperation among people whose subsistence strategies were still shifting between foraging and early cultivation. Sionur is also where some of the earliest clear evidence of animal domestication appears, particularly pigs, marking a decisive reorientation of human-animal relationships from opportunistic hunting toward managed dependency, a shift that would reshape ecosystems, diets, and social hierarchies in ways no one living there could have foreseen. Yet the most arresting evidence lies not in the tools or flaws, but in the treatment of bodies, especially within the structure known as the skull building, where human remains were deliberately deposited, rearranged and curated over time, suggesting rituals centered on death, ancestry and social memory that were spatially separated from daily domestic life. Skulls appear stacked, displayed, removed and returned, implying practices that treated the human head as a locus of identity or power long before written theology or formal priesthoods emerged. This integration of architecture, subsistence and mortuary behaviour suggests that Sionur was not merely adapting to environmental opportunity, but actively constructing new social rules about ownership, belonging and obligation, embedding them into the ground itself. The contradiction becomes unavoidable as the evidence accumulates, because while Sionur represents innovation on nearly every front, architecture, subsistence, social organisation, it also reveals signs of tension, stress, and eventual abandonment that do not align with simple narratives of progress. Skeletal remains show evidence of interpersonal violence, trauma, and differential treatment, hinting that increased proximity and permanence intensified conflict as much as cooperation. The very architectural regularity that implies planning may also indicate regulation, constraint, and emerging authority, raising the possibility that early social cohesion required enforcement rather than consensus alone. Environmental data suggests that intensified use of the surrounding landscape altered local ecologies, increasing pressure on resources and narrowing margins of sustainability, while the shift toward domestication introduced new vulnerabilities, binding survival to cycles of reproduction, disease, and climatic stability beyond immediate control. Despite its innovations, Sionur did not grow indefinitely or transform seamlessly into later urban forms. Instead, it was eventually abandoned, its social experiment paused rather than completed, leaving behind foundations without descendants. This contradiction challenges the assumption that early complexity naturally evolves towards cities, suggesting instead that many pathways were attempted and discarded, not because they failed catastrophically, but because they produced consequences that were no longer acceptable to those living within them. Speculation surrounding Sionur often centers on its role as a laboratory of early society, a place where architectural order and ritual authority were tested simultaneously, revealing how deeply intertwined belief and logistics were even at this early stage. Some scholars interpret the skull building as evidence of ancestor veneration, designed to legitimize claims to land and structure emerging inequality, while others emphasize its role in maintaining group cohesion during periods of stress, using the dead as anchors of continuity in a rapidly changing world. More unconventional interpretations propose that Sionur represents an aborted trajectory of social evolution, one in which increasing regulation, ritualization, and permanence provoked resistance or exhaustion, leading people to disperse rather than submit to emerging hierarchies. In this view, abandonment is not collapse, but choice, an assertion of mobility against the gravitational pull of settlement. What remains most unsettling is how much of what later defines civilization appears here in nascent form: planned space, managed food production, ritualized death, without any guarantee that these developments would lead to stability or satisfaction. The people of Sionur were not building toward history as it would later be written. They were responding to immediate needs and opportunities, unaware that their experiments would echo across millennia. Today, the site offers no monumental skyline, no imposing walls, only low foundations and negative space. Yet within these absences lies a profound reminder that the most consequential human transformations often occur quietly, without spectacle or certainty. The open-ended mystery of Sionur is not why it ended, but why it began at all, why human communities chose to anchor themselves to place, to manage life and death through architecture and ritual, and to accept the risks of permanence in exchange for continuity, leaving behind a settlement that does not announce the birth of civilization, but exposes the fragile, reversible decisions that made it possible. Derinkuyu. Beneath the soft volcanic plains of central Anatolia, in a landscape where the surface appears calm, agricultural, and almost indifferent, the underground city of Derinkuyu existed not as an anomaly, but as an accepted dimension of life. A parallel world carved downward by generations who assumed that safety, continuity, and survival were more reliably found in darkness than in daylight. The intrigue of Derinkuyu does not arise from its concealment alone, but from the realization that it was not a temporary refuge or singular response to crisis, but a fully articulated subterranean environment capable of sustaining thousands of people for extended periods, complete with ventilation shafts, water access, storage rooms, wine presses, chapels, schools, livestock stalls, and massive rolling stone doors designed to seal entire levels from intrusion. Archaeological evidence reveals a vertical city descending more than 60 meters, organized across at least 18 levels, with a ventilation system so precisely engineered that fresh air circulates even at the deepest chambers, a feat requiring sophisticated understanding of airflow, geology, and structural integrity, all achieved without modern tools or surveying instruments. The stone doors alone, circular slabs weighing hundreds of kilograms, fitted to be rolled into place from inside, signal not improvisation but anticipation, suggesting that the builders expected threat not as an exception but as a recurring condition of existence. Derinkuyu is part of a broader network of underground settlements throughout Cappadocia, some connected by tunnels stretching kilometers, implying regional coordination rather than isolated ingenuity, a shared agreement that life above ground could not always be trusted to endure. Historical layers complicate the picture further, as evidence suggests the site was expanded and reused across centuries. possibly originating in the early 1st millennium BCE, and later adapted by Byzantine Christians seeking refuge from persecution and invasion, each culture inheriting not only the physical space, but the logic that justified its existence. The contradiction embedded in Derinkuyu becomes apparent when its scale is fully grasped, because such an undertaking required immense collective labour, long-term planning and social cooperation, precisely the qualities associated with stable, surface-based societies. Yet it was constructed for the express purpose of withdrawal, concealment and disappearance. Why would a community invest so much effort into a city designed to be invisible? And what does it reveal about a worldview in which permanence is pursued, not through monuments, but through the ability to vanish? Unlike fortifications that project power outward, Derinkuyu internalizes defense, transforming fear into architecture and embedding anxiety into daily life, normalized through repetition and maintenance. The contradiction deepens when considering that underground living, while protective, is physiologically and psychologically taxing, lacking natural light, constraining movement, and compressing social space. Yet the evidence suggests that people did not merely endure these conditions briefly, but organized education, worship, and production within them, implying a cultural adaptation to concealment itself. There is no evidence of centralized authority imposing this design. Rather, the city appears modular, expandable, and flexible, shaped incrementally as needs evolved, which raises the possibility that Derinkuyu represents not authoritarian control, but collective consensus shaped by shared threat. Speculation about the nature of that threat has ranged widely, from conventional explanations involving invasions, raids, and religious persecution, to more speculative ideas invoking environmental catastrophe or long-term instability. Yet no single explanation fully accounts for the duration and sophistication of underground life. What is striking is how rarely written sources mention these cities, suggesting either that secrecy was essential to their function or that underground existence was so normalized that it required no explanation, a silent agreement between generations that survival did not require visibility. Some scholars emphasize the role of Christian communities during periods of Arab-Byzantine conflict, interpreting Derinkuyu as a refuge activated seasonally or during emergencies, while others argue that the depth and infrastructure exceed what would be necessary for short-term shelter, pointing instead toward prolonged occupation cycles that blurred the line between refuge and residence. More unconventional interpretations propose that underground living represented a philosophical stance as much as a practical one, a rejection of exposure, hierarchy, and spectacle in favor of inwardness, concealment, and resilience through obscurity. In this reading, Derinkuyu is not a city of fear, but of restraint, embodying a worldview in which survival is achieved by minimizing one's imprint on the surface world rather than dominating it. The absence of decoration, monumental art, or commemorative inscriptions reinforces this interpretation, as if the builders deliberately avoided symbols that might anchor identity too visibly in time or place. What remains unresolved is with how people negotiated identity, belonging, and memory in a space designed to erase presence. How children learned what the world above looked like, and how communities decided when it was safe to emerge again. The archaeological record preserves tools, rooms, and passageways, but not the emotional calculus of deciding whether to stay hidden or return to light, whether danger had passed or merely changed form. Today, walking through Derinkuyu's narrow corridors, bent beneath low ceilings carved for bodies long accustomed to constraint, the experience is not claustrophobic so much as disorienting. A confrontation with a form of civilization built on the assumption that exposure is a liability. The open-ended mystery of Derinkuyu is not simply who built it or when, but what kind of future its builders imagined, a future in which survival depended not on expansion or visibility, but on the ability to retreat, adapt, and persist unseen, leaving behind a city that endures precisely because it was never meant to be found, challenging the modern belief that progress must rise upward, when for much of human history, endurance was achieved by going down. What happens when entire mountains are carved downward into temples without a single misplaced cut? Or when cave walls painted in near darkness still hold colours that refuse to fade? How did architects shape stone wheels the size of rooms, raise towers that balance on perfect ratios, or align whole cities to landscapes of boulders and rivers? And why do so many of these places, Kailasa, Ajanta, Konark, Hampi, Khajuraho and more, carry signs of unfinished work, shifting plans or stories lost to time? In this journey through India's ancient megastructures, we'll explore what the stones reveal, what they withhold, and why their mysteries remain quietly unresolved. Kailasa Temple. Carved into the volcanic flank of the Deccan Plateau, the Kailasa Temple emerges as a structure that seems, at first, almost straightforward in its intent. A monumental shrine dedicated to Shiva, shaped from the living basalt of Ellora's cliff. But the longer its surfaces are studied, the more its presence feels like an unanswered question about choices made in stone more than a millennium ago. Choices that suggest not a single moment of construction, but a sustained vision carried through layers of excavation that moved downward instead of upward, as though the builders reversed the typical logic of temple architecture and committed to a method that demanded foreknowledge of every final contour before the first strike of a chisel was made. And this unusual approach becomes the quiet doorway into its mystery. For while inscriptions and dynastic records attribute its creation to the Rashtrakutas, they reveal little about the practical sequence that could remove hundreds of thousands of tons of rock, while preserving delicate columns, friezes, and interior volumes without error. And so the visitor stands before a courtyard that feels less constructed than revealed, its colonnades chiselled from the same material as the floor beneath them, its towering vimana rising from bedrock rather than assembled block by block. An integrity of mass that hints at a calculation of voids and solids that would have required a sophisticated understanding of how light would later travel across the surfaces, how rainwater would move along hidden channels, and how the weight of the uppermost carvings would settle on the strata below. And yet, the archaeological evidence remains fragmentary, offering glimpses of tool marks that suggest teams of artisans working simultaneously on multiple levels, perhaps guided by plaster models or sectional plans that have not survived, though no contemporary treatise describes such methods. And within this absence of textual guidance, questions gather at the margins of the basalt walls, not implying impossibility, but rather inviting curiosity about the ancient logistics of quarrying, labour distribution, and the techniques used to maintain vertical precision in a negative space excavation where a single miscalculation could compromise an entire facade. While still observable are the alternating sequences of rough and polished surfaces, indicators of stages in the work where priorities shifted, perhaps responding to political pressures or changes in artistic leadership. And along the periphery of the courtyard stand subsidiary shrines and sculptural panels whose iconographic programs appear unified in theme yet varied in style, suggesting phases of production that may have spanned generations rather than a single reign. And as researchers compare it to other monolithic structures in India, they note similarities in approach, but rarely in scale. For Kailasa remains exceptional in the sheer ambition of turning a mountain into a freestanding complex with multi-storied colonnades and intricately carved reliefs that depict mythological scenes, with a confidence in three-dimensional planning that seems to anticipate the viewer's movement from one chamber to another. And yet, even as scholars map these spatial rhythms, they encounter questions about why certain surfaces remain unfinished, or why some interior passages appear partially abandoned mid-excavation, their walls bearing the faint parallel lines of early chiselling, but lacking the decorative program seen elsewhere. And these irregularities suggest moments when shifting priorities, resource limitations, or political upheavals altered the course of construction, leaving behind architectural pauses that are as informative as the finished work. And beyond the human narrative, the geology itself contributes to the temple's quiet enigma. For basalt weathers unevenly, its hidden fractures potentially guiding the artisan's decisions. And although the builders understood this material intimately, they left behind no explicit records of how they predicted or managed structural risks, leading modern engineers to speculate about whether a combination of experience, testing, and incremental adaptation formed the guiding principles that allowed such a vast monolith to remain stable for centuries. And all the while, the temple's proportions maintain a deliberate alignment that mirrors traditional Dravidian layouts, even though those layouts were conventionally achieved through additive construction rather than subtractive excavation, creating a conceptual fusion of form and method that feels both familiar and singular, as if the builders drew upon established temple architecture, while simultaneously reimagining it through the logic of sculpting rather than building a synthesis that leaves modern researchers with a sense of intentionality that cannot be fully retraced. For its designers appear to have balanced symbolic geometry, ritual function, and aesthetic ambition in ways that blur the boundaries between planning and adaptation. And this sense of blurred boundaries continues inside the main shrine, where the central linga chamber sits beneath the towering monolithic vimana, a vertical axis carved from the same continuous mass of stone, creating an almost geological continuity between earth and structure, an effect that may have been intentional or simply a byproduct of the chosen method. Yet, either way, it amplifies the impression that Kailasa is not merely a temple carved into rock, but an architectural idea expressed through the mountain itself. And as light and shadow shift across the complex throughout the day, they animate the reliefs in patterns that raise further questions about the builder's awareness of natural illumination, particularly in the recessed and shadowed areas where certain carvings receive direct light only at specific times of year, prompting ongoing studies of whether these alignments were incidental or part of a broader ritual calendar now partially lost. And so the temple stands today as an intersection of evidence and ambiguity, clear in its craftsmanship, but elusive in its full historical context, a structure whose sheer existence shows the remarkable capabilities of the artisans, yet whose method and sequence remain partly speculative. Not because they are inexplicable, but because the surviving record is incomplete, leaving room for hypotheses grounded in technology, workforce organization, and ancient architectural practices that continue to evolve as new surveys and analyses are conducted. And in this ongoing uncertainty, the site retains a quiet power, a sense of something fully human, yet not fully understood, a reminder that even within the boundaries of known history, there are chapters where intention, labor, and landscape converge in ways that resist complete reconstruction, allowing Kailasa Temple to remain not a mystery of impossibility, but a monument to the complexity of ancient craftsmanship, whose final story still lies somewhere between the carved stone and the silences that surround it. Ajanta Caves. Carved into a sweeping horseshoe of basalt cliffs above the Wagora River, the Ajanta Caves begin as a sequence of dim entrances set into stone, each facade subdued by centuries of weathering, yet the moment one steps into their interiors, real or imagined on the page, the transition from raw rock to deliberate space becomes unmistakable, revealing an unfolding architectural narrative that feels at first serene and monastic, before gradually deepening into something more intricate. For the arrangement of chaitya halls and viharas suggests both spiritual refuge and elaborate planning. Yet the precise order of excavation remains elusive, as though the artisans worked in a shifting rhythm, shaped by patronage, doctrinal needs, and the inherent unpredictability of carving inward from a vertical cliff face without written guidelines to survive them. And so the caves carry this quiet ambiguity in their very sequence, with early Hinayana forms, marked by austere columns and barrel-vaulted ceilings that seem to echo the absent timber constructions they once imitated, while later Mahayana caves burst with elaborately carved pillars, sculptural guardians, and mural-covered walls whose pigments still cling to the stone despite the long centuries of monsoon winds flowing through the ravine. And in the interplay between these periods lies a subtle mystery. Gaps of time that appear in stylistic shifts and unfinished corners, suggesting episodes of abandonment followed by renewed activity, possibly under different dynasties or monastic lineages, none of which left comprehensive records explaining why they returned, or how they reorganized the immense task of excavating, smoothing and painting chambers that required synchronized labor from stonemasons, sculptors, plasterers and painters working in delicate succession. And the murals themselves deepen this sense of layered intention, for they depict episodes from the Jataka tales and scenes of courtly life with a sophistication of line and shading rarely associated with cave interiors. Their fresco-like technique demanding rapid application onto wet surfaces under low-light conditions that modern specialists attempt to reconstruct using oil lamps and reflectors. Yet no study fully resolves how the ancient artisans maintained such precision in spaces where smoke, shadow, and the curvature of walls should have compromised accuracy, and the presence of scaffolding holes carved into the walls provides clues but not full explanations, as their spacing often aligns with sections of narrative panels rather than structural needs, implying a careful choreography of movement within cramped interiors. And throughout the galleries there are faint marks, grids scratched beneath pigment layers, incised outlines beneath finished figures, abandoned sketches on back walls, each one hinting at working methods known in theory but still difficult to visualize at scale, especially when considering that many caves were excavated from the top downward or in multiple directions simultaneously, a technique requiring remarkable foresight to avoid intersecting mistakes. And yet, even this practical ingenuity becomes more complex when set against the acoustic character of the chaitya halls. For these long nave-like spaces amplify chanting and rhythmic recitation in ways that seem intentional. The vaulted ceilings and ribbed patterns shaped to manipulate resonance, though scholars debate whether the acoustic effect was deliberately engineered or simply a beneficial outcome of forms inherited from earlier wooden prototypes, leaving open questions about how much of Ajanta's architectural identity was purposeful experimentation versus continuity of tradition. And while inscriptions link certain caves to specific donors, merchants, monks, princes, these brief acknowledgements reveal little about the larger administrative structure that must have coordinated decades of excavation, supply transport, and workforce sustenance in a relatively remote setting accessible only through narrow paths above a river that swells dramatically during monsoon months, suggesting that the seasonal rhythms of the landscape influenced work cycles, though archaeological layers show no definitive pattern that fully maps onto the stylistic chronology, creating yet another point where evidence and interpretation diverge. And as researchers analyze pigment composition, they uncover traces of lapis lazuli, ochre, malachite, and organic binders whose origins raise questions about trade routes and artistic exchanges that extended far beyond the Deccan. Threads of cultural connection implied, but not fully documented, while the iconographic programs reveal themes reflecting evolving Buddhist doctrine, bodhisattva imagery swelling in scale, narrative, density increasing, ornamental motifs becoming more elaborate. Yet the reason some caves remain incomplete, with half-formed pillars and rough-hewn sanctuaries, remain a matter of conjecture, possibly tied to shifts in patronage or political changes around the fall of the Vakatakas. And in this mingling of artistry and interruption, Ajanta acquires its quiet, unresolved character. For while its craft is abundantly present, its context is only partially recoverable, leaving the site suspended between what is known, tool marks, pigment layers, architectural plans, and what is inferred through patterns that might represent historical pauses, doctrinal transitions, or the simple challenges of working within unforgiving stone. And the surrounding landscape amplifies this atmosphere, as the river's horseshoe curve seems to cradle the cliff while simultaneously cutting it off, creating natural isolation that must have shaped the monastic experience, yet also raises the question of how such an elaborate cultural project flourished in a location requiring sustained commitment from patrons who left few detailed inscriptions behind. And as one moves through the caves, the interplay of shadow and surviving colour evokes another layer of mystery. Whether the interior lighting was once enhanced by reflective surfaces or lamps arranged with deliberate care, or whether the murals were meant to be viewed only in the soft, flickering light of monastic rituals, a mode of perception now nearly impossible to replicate in modern conditions. And thus, the caves we see today offer both clarity and distortion, their preservation uneven, their surfaces worn, their pigments altered by centuries of climatic fluctuation. Yet, through these changes, the underlying design remains discernible enough to sense a unity of purpose that feels simultaneously comprehensible and distant. And in the end, Ajanta does not present itself as an enigma of impossibility, but rather as a testament to the complexity of ancient artistic systems whose full operational details were never written down, leaving the modern observer with a landscape of evidence, rich enough to inspire confidence in its human creation, yet incomplete enough to leave lingering questions about how such coordination unfolded in practice. And it is within this gap between the material certainty of carved stone and the historical silences that surround it, that the site maintains its enduring aura, offering a reminder that the ancient world often balanced practical knowledge, spiritual intention, and artistic ambition in ways that resist complete reconstruction, allowing the Ajanta caves to remain a monument not only of craftsmanship, but of the mysteries carried quietly by places shaped across centuries of changing vision and forgotten labour. Konark Sun Temple. Rising from the coastal plain of Odisha, like the remnant of a long-eroded monument to light and motion, the Konark Sun Temple begins with the familiar outline of a massive chariot drawn by stone wheels and sculpted horses. Yet the moment its surviving structures are examined more closely, the clarity of that metaphor gives way to layers of architectural decisions that feel at once purposeful and only partially understood. For although the 13th century Ganga kings left a clear dedicatory intention to honour Surya, the solar deity, the methods by which they translated that vision into a temple whose very plan seems to move across the earth remain scattered through fragments of collapsed mandapas, weathered reliefs, and an incomplete sanctum that once towered far higher than the plinth that survives today. And in this interplay between ambition and ruin lies the quiet atmosphere that shapes the site. For the temple appears both monumental and interrupted, as though its present form captures only a portion of its original architectural conversation with the shifting coastal landscape, where salt-laden winds, monsoon rains, and the slow retreat of the shoreline have shaped the stone more insistently than many surviving records, leaving archaeologists to work backward from evidence that is as much absence as presence. And standing before the intricately carved wheels, 12 on each side, their spokes and axles rendered with geometric precision, it becomes clear that their consistent proportions are not merely decorative, but reflect an underlying mathematical order, one that lends itself to calendrical interpretations often discussed, but not conclusively proven. For while the alignments of certain shadows and spokes correspond intriguingly to solar cycles, no inscription survives to confirm whether these effects were intentional design features or the natural consequence of a temple devoted to a solar deity built by artisans steeped in traditional astronomical knowledge. And this uncertainty extends to the broader orientation of the structure, which faces east in a manner suited to the rising sun, but whose collapsed tower, if reconstructed as scholars propose, would have cast a vast shadow across the forecourt during specific times of year, prompting ongoing debates about whether ritual performance once interacted with these changing patterns of light. And as attention shifts to the Jagamohana, the assembly hall that still stands, its massive stone beams and corbelled roof present another puzzle, for their survival contrasts sharply with the vanished shikara of the main sanctum, a disappearance historically attributed to the weakness of iron beams, the violence of storms, or the gradual collapse of internal supports, though none of these explanations fully account for the pattern of debris described in early colonial records, which note large quantities of dressed stone blocks strewn across the sand as though the fall occurred in gradual stages rather than a single catastrophic event. And this long, slow disintegration raises questions about how the builders balanced the weight of the superstructure on a plan defined by movement motifs, rolling wheels, sculpted horses, and dynamic friezes that encircle the plinth with scenes of courtly life, musicians, dancers, and celestial figures. Imagery so fluid, it seems almost paradoxical against the rigid structural demands of heavy stone construction. And throughout the site, iconographic sequences unfold with a density that reflects both artistic exuberance and encoded cosmology. Yet the reasons for certain placements remain elusive, for while many panels follow conventional patterns of protective deities, mythological episodes, and symbolic motifs, others appear at unexpected heights or orientations, implying that the sculptural program may have evolved in response to changes in patronage or shifts in ritual emphasis. Possibilities supported by inscriptions that reference multiple phases of construction, but provide few details about how design decisions were coordinated across such an expansive project. And then there is the long-standing description of an iron or magnetite lodestone, once believed to have crowned the temple's main tower, a feature mentioned in later texts and regional lore, but lacking direct archaeological corroboration. Yet the persistence of this idea highlights the site's capacity to generate speculation in the gaps left by missing structural elements. For while magnetic alignment theories stretch beyond the bounds of evidence, the actual use of iron clamps and dowels throughout the surviving architecture is well documented, revealing a sophisticated joinery system that relied on both metal and stone to balance the geometry of heavy loads in a coastal environment where corrosion posed a constant challenge, and the partial survival of these clamps shows how some endured while others failed, offering insights into both the ingenuity of the builders and the vulnerabilities that may have contributed to the temple's gradual ruin. And this theme of vulnerability continues in the relationship between the temple and the encroaching sea. For although the shoreline now lies farther away, historical accounts suggest that shifting sands and coastal erosion once threatened the plinth itself, prompting later restoration efforts that changed the landscape around the temple, and perhaps altered drainage patterns that had originally been engineered to manage monsoon runoff, leaving open questions about how the builders integrated hydrology into their design, an aspect of ancient architecture often overlooked but crucial in a region defined by seasonal extremes. And while the temple's surviving form still conveys the grandeur of its original intent, its missing sections, pillars whose capitals have vanished, staircases leading nowhere, sculpted niches empty of their deities, invite consideration of how the site functioned as a ritual center at its peak. For pilgrim circulation, ceremonial processions, and the movement of light across reliefs would have shaped the experience of those who entered its precincts. Yet, reconstructing these sensory dimensions remains challenging without more complete evidence. leaving scholars to piece together possibilities from comparative studies of other Ganga-era temples, whose textual and architectural records are more intact. And thus, Konark stands today as a place where certainty and speculation meet in measured tension, its craftsmanship undeniable, yet its full narrative obscured by time, its wheels still precise, yet their intended role only partly deciphered, its collapsed tower hinting at both structural ambition and the consequences of building at monumental scale. And through these intertwined ambiguities, the temple maintains an air of quiet mystery, not because it defies history, but because its surviving fragments speak simultaneously of mastery and incompleteness, inviting interpretations grounded in archaeology, engineering, and historical context, while continuing to withhold a definitive account of how its builders balanced form, symbolism, and structural risk, allowing the Konark Sun Temple to remain a testament to the brilliance of medieval Indian architecture, and to the inherent limits of reconstructing a world whose most eloquent explanations were once held in structures now only partially standing. Mahabalipuram Shore Temples. Set along the wind-shaped coastline of Tamil Nadu, where granite outcrops meet the restless Bay of Bengal, the Mahabalipuram shore temples extend their weathered silhouettes toward the horizon with an austerity that feels both deliberate and eroded, as though the passage of centuries has thinned the line between architecture and landscape, leaving behind a sequence of shrines whose original composition can be glimpsed only through the fragments that remain and the geological clues etched by salt, wind, and storm. Yet despite this surface wear, the underlying plan retains an unmistakable coherence, for the complex attributed to the Pallava kings forms part of a larger layout of rock-cut caves, monolithic rathas, and unfinished sculptures spread across the ancient port town, suggesting a coordinated architectural vision shaped by both religious tradition and the practical demands of carving granite that resists even the most determined tools. And as the main shore temple rises above the shore with its tiered vimanas aligned eastward, the first impression is one of simplicity. Yet a closer look reveals a dense network of sculptures, guarding lions, seated bulls, deities housed within compact sanctums, whose arrangement hints at phases of construction and adaptation. For inscriptions and stylistic details suggest the site underwent multiple expansions and restorations, some driven by changing ritual needs, and others by the relentless sea, which pushed inward throughout the medieval period, submerging portions of the coastline and perhaps swallowing earlier structures. A possibility supported by offshore surveys that have revealed the outlines of dressed stones lying beneath shifting sands, though their interpretation remains cautious, for erosion and natural rock formations complicate definitive conclusions. And this interplay of evidence and ambiguity shapes the broader mystery surrounding the 7 pagodas, described in early travellers' accounts, a term long applied to the shore temples, despite the absence of textual proof for all 7 standing simultaneously. Yet the persistence of this tradition reflects an enduring human instinct to fill gaps in the record, an instinct that archaeologists navigate carefully as they examine submerged formations that could represent collapsed mandipas or isolated boulders weathered into suggestive forms. And while sonar and diving surveys have documented rectilinear blocks that imply deliberate shaping, their context is too incomplete to assemble into a coherent architectural plan, leaving open the question of how many structures once stood along this shifting coastline, and how many were lost to cycles of storm surges, tectonic uplift, and gradual shoreline retreat. And as one moves inland to the cluster of monolithic rathas carved from single granite masses, the technical choices of the Pallava artisans become more apparent. For these chariots display an architectural experimentation that seems to anticipate forms later realized in the structural temples near the water, their varied plans, rectangular, apsidal, tiered, or pyramidal, offering a catalogue of Dravidian styles rendered not through assembled masonry, but through subtractive carving, a method that requires a complete mental map of the final form before excavation begins, much as seen at Kailasa, yet at a more intimate scale. And the presence of unfinished rathas suggests either a sudden halt in patronage or a shift in royal priorities, interruptions that echo the partially eroded and incomplete features of the shore temples themselves. And throughout this landscape of carved granite, geological forces weave themselves into the architectural story. For the crystalline structure of the stone fractures under repeated exposure to sea spray and monsoon winds, forming granular surfaces that complicate efforts to determine the original level of sculptural detail. And this natural loss of definition across centuries also raises questions about how the temples once interacted with the elements. For historical accounts mention the gleaming effect of sunlight on their stone surfaces, implying a degree of polish that the present-day weathered forms no longer convey. And this lost sheen deepens the sense of distance between the structures as they stand today and the vibrant, sacred coastal complex they once formed. And the alignment of the shore temples also introduces subtle puzzles, particularly the orientation of the twin shrines, one dedicated to Shiva facing east, the other to Vishnu facing west. An arrangement that creates a symbolic axis running from sunrise to sunset, yet may also reflect broader ritual or maritime functions. For the coastline was historically a node in international trade networks, and some scholars suggest that the temple silhouettes may have served as landmarks for sailors navigating the region's unpredictable currents, though this remains speculative due to scarce textual evidence, leaving the possibility suspended between practical function and symbolic resonance. And within the main temple, the sanctum's interior bears marks of centuries of ritual activity, as well as signs of earlier restoration attempts that replaced worn stones or reinforced weakened corners, revealing a layered history of maintenance seldom recorded in inscriptions, but visible through changes in masonry texture and the varying degrees of precision in sculptural motifs. And these interventions, while necessary for preservation, complicate efforts to disentangle original Pallava craftsmanship from later work, adding another layer of ambiguity to the site's architectural narrative. And as the tide advances and retreats along the shore, exposing temporary pools among the rocks and sending spray against the temple plinth, the dynamic environment underscores how precariously the complex exists between land and sea. A precariousness reflected in local stories of structures lost to storms and legends of submerged cities which, while not supported by direct archaeological proof, speak to the lived experience of a coastline in motion, where memory and erosion intermingle, leaving traces that resist easy interpretation. And thus, the shore temples stand today as both evidence and remainder, shaped by human intention, yet continually altered by coastal forces, their survival a testament to the resilience of granite and the persistence of cultural memory, and their uncertainties, submerged foundations, lost sculptures, unfinished carvings, form a quiet space where historical reconstruction meets the limits of available evidence, inviting interpretations grounded in geology, archaeology, and architectural analysis, while leaving room for the awareness that not every stone tells its full story, allowing Mahabalipuram to retain a presence defined not by impossibility, but by the slow, ongoing dialogue between craftsmanship, landscape, and time, which together preserve its enduring sense of mystery. Brihadiswara Temple. Emerging from the fertile plains of the Kaveri Delta, the Brihadiswara Temple rises with a confidence that seems almost at odds with the subtle complexities woven into its granite mass. For while its towering vimana and grand axial layout immediately evoke the unmistakable authority of the Chola kings, a closer examination reveals patterns of construction, adaptation, and logistical ingenuity that resist simple explanation, not through any suggestion of the extraordinary, but through the sheer intricacy of an architectural endeavour executed at a scale that still challenges modern assumptions about medieval engineering. And as one approaches the temple's monumental gateway, the balance between spacious courtyards and densely carved sanctums begins to unfold, with each element arranged along an east-west axis that suggests both ritual alignment and a sophisticated understanding of how movement through space reinforces the underlying cosmological symbolism. Yet inscriptions that describe aspects of the temple's creation remain selective, offering administrative detail, lists of donations, festivals and land grants, while remaining silent on the practical methods by which artisans raised a vimana that ascends more than 60 meters above the sanctum. Its granite blocks, fitted with a precision that defies assumptions, not because it is inexplicable, but because the procedures that enabled it were never formally recorded, leaving scholars to interpret the remnants of scaffolding holes, quarry traces, and subtle variations in stone grain as clues to a building process that required coordination across multiple guilds over a relatively short span of years. And in the shadow of this towering structure, the famous monolithic Nandi stands facing the sanctum, its polished surface still bearing the faint marks of abrasion and water interaction that reflect both ritual offerings and environmental exposure, and its scale, one of the largest of its kind, raises questions about how such a massive granite form was transported to its present position, though geological analysis suggests it was carved from a single block quarried within the region, then moved along a prepared route that left no permanent traces due to centuries of agricultural reshaping. And this theme of enigmatic logistics extends to the vimana itself, whose upper courses contain stones weighing several tons, prompting ongoing discussions about the methods used to lift them into place, ranging from inclined earthen ramps extending across the landscape to complex pulley systems supported by temporary wooden frameworks. And while none of these theories can be verified with complete certainty, each remains plausible within the technological and organizational capabilities documented in other Chola-era contexts. And stepping inside the sanctum, the interplay of light, shadow, and echo reveals the deliberate acoustic and spatial design typical of Dravidian temples. Yet, Brihadiswara amplifies this effect through its unusually tall interior chamber, whose verticality may reflect both symbolic aspiration and practical attention to thermodynamics, as the chamber's height facilitates heat dispersion from oil lamps, while also enhancing the resonance of ritual chants, though these aspects are rarely mentioned in inscriptions, and instead must be inferred through architectural analysis, creating another junction where evidence and interpretation intertwine. And throughout the temple complex, sculptural panels illustrate scenes from Shaivite mythology, celestial dancers, and guardian deities, rendered in a style distinct to the Chola aesthetic, with elongated forms and flowing ornamentation that suggest both movement and ritual attire. Yet certain panels appear stylistically transitional or unfinished, indicating that work may have continued even after the temple's formal consecration, a practice supported by historical patterns across South Indian temples, but difficult to confirm explicitly due to the limited survival of workshop records. And this sense of ongoing construction becomes more apparent in the subsidiary shrines, some of which show variations in stone quality and carving refinement that point toward phased additions or repairs over subsequent centuries, further complicating efforts to define a single moment of completion. And as one walks along the cloistered corridors added in later periods, the contrast between Chola granite and the softer stone used in subsequent expansions underscores the long temporal layers that now coexist within the complex. Traces of later dynasties who preserved, adapted, or reinterpreted the temple in ways that both honor and transform its original character. And these overlapping phases raise questions about how much of the structure we, See Today reflects the initial vision of Raja Chola I, and how much represents the accumulated work of artisans responding to evolving ritual needs, political climates, and preservation challenges. And while the temple's scale and precision invite admiration, they also introduce subtler mysteries, particularly in the realm of structural engineering. For the weight distribution within the vimana appears carefully calculated to avoid lateral stress, yet the exact sequence of construction remains uncertain, especially regarding the placement of keystone-like blocks that anchor the uppermost tiers, and engineers studying the structure debate whether the builders employed internal scaffolding, external ramps, or a combination of both, with each hypothesis supported by comparative evidence from contemporaneous temples, yet lacking definitive archaeological confirmation at Brihadiswara itself. And beneath the temple floor, inscriptions and architectural remains hint at earlier phases of planning, including indications that the temple's dimensions follow specific ratios that align with canonical vastu principles. Though scholars disagree on whether these proportions result from strict adherence to treatises or from flexible adaptation of geometric norms by experienced builders, revealing yet another area where ancient practice cannot be fully reconstructed. And the landscape surrounding the temple further contributes to its layered atmosphere, for the Kaveri Delta has shifted subtly over the centuries, altering water flow and soil composition. And while the Cholas engineered canals and reservoirs throughout the region, it remains unclear how these systems interacted with the temple's own drainage network, some of which is visible in surviving stone channels, while other parts are obscured by later constructions and restorations, leaving hydrological aspects of the temple's design partly speculative. And in the end, the Brihadiswara temple stands not as an unsolved puzzle, but as a monument to the sophistication of medieval South Indian craftsmanship, whose surviving inscriptions provide administrative clarity, yet leave open the questions of technique and coordination that modern observers instinctively seek. And it is within this space, between the documented and the deduced, the finished carvings and the unfinished edges, the towering vimana and the uncertain methods that raised it, that the site maintains its quiet sense of mystery, offering a reminder that the most imposing structures often carry within their stones the traces of decisions, adaptations, and lost knowledge that resist complete reconstruction, ensuring that Brihadiswara continues to evoke wonder, grounded not in improbability, but in the enduring complexity of human ambition, shaped through granite and time. Hampi, spread across a landscape of colossal boulders, stepped tanks, and dry-season riverbeds, the ruined city of Hampi stretches with a scale and subtlety that only becomes apparent as one moves between its scattered monuments. For at first glance, the terrain itself seems to dominate, its granite formations rising in irregular clusters that appear almost untouched by human intervention. Yet the closer one looks, the more the city reveals a deliberate conversation between natural geology and architectural intent, as though the planners of the Vijayanagara capital chose not merely to build upon the land, but to incorporate its shapes, contours, and fractures into a unified spatial vision that still holds together despite centuries of abandonment. And it is this interweaving of the built and the natural that forms the initial quiet thread of mystery. Not because the city defies explanation, but because the logic of its planning unfolds across vast distances and multiple layers of purpose, ceremonial, defensive, hydraulic and domestic, without leaving behind detailed textual accounts that describe how these layers were coordinated, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct the city's rhythms from stone alignments, foundation traces, and the seldom explained placement of temples and markets along axes that mirror both political ideology and the constraints of the terrain. And walking through the Virupaksha temple complex, where worship continues even today, one sees hints of the city's enduring spiritual core, Yet this is only the beginning of a network of shrines, whose orientations and scales vary in ways that suggest a planning system, both hierarchical and adaptive, with major temples anchoring routes that once guided festivals and processions, while smaller shrines nestle within rocky outcrops or stand near ancient paths that skirt the Tungabhadra River. A placement pattern that may have followed geomantic principles or practical necessity, though the absence of surviving guidelines leaves these choices open to interpretation, creating a gentle uncertainty that mirrors the uneven survival of the structures themselves. And as one moves toward the great bazaars and pillared mandapas, their lengths stretching across open plains, once bustling with traders, animals and pilgrims, the architectural style reveals a clarity of proportion that belies the complexity of the logistics behind their construction. For each colonnade required not only the quarrying and shaping of granite, but the precise alignment of pillars, whose capitals bear motifs now weathered, yet still distinct. And alongside these orderly market avenues lie the remains of water channels and reservoirs, whose intricate engineering speaks to a mastery of hydraulic management central to the city's function, though the full extent of this system remains only partly understood. For while stepped tanks like the well-known Pushkaranis display flawless geometry, the conduits feeding them follow paths that vanish beneath collapsed structures or merge into natural depressions shaped by seasonal runoff, leaving parts of the network speculative and prompting ongoing investigation into how the Vijayanagara engineers balanced ritual needs with practical irrigation in a climate defined by monsoon extremes. And within the royal enclosure, where broken platforms and fragmented walls hint at administrative and ceremonial life, the subtlety of design becomes even more apparent, particularly in structures like the Mahanavami Dibba, whose layered terraces once supported courtly displays and military reviews. Yet the exact nature of many activities carried out here remains uncertain despite textual mentions in foreign travellers' accounts, which offer vivid impressions but few concrete architectural descriptions. And the Lotus Mahal, with its gently curving arches and recessed chambers, adds another dimension, for its hybrid style suggests influences from multiple architectural traditions. Yet, without inscriptions specifying its purpose, interpretations range from royal retreat to council chamber, each plausible but none definitive. And dispersed across the landscape are the monolithic sculptures, such as the immense Narasimha and the Ganesha figures, whose scale and placement prompt questions about whether they once formed part of larger architectural compositions or stood intentionally isolated to heighten their visual impact against the boulder-strewn hills. And these solitary forms, carved with precision, yet now exposed to centuries of weathering, underscore the city's practice of integrating art and terrain in ways that complicate modern attempts to reconstruct their intended spatial context. And the fortifications that ring the region introduce another layer of complexity for there. Courses follow the natural contours of the hills, incorporating boulders as ready-made bastions, and weaving through passes with an efficiency that suggests both strategic foresight and an intimate familiarity with the land, yet their sheer scale, kilometers of walls, watchtowers and gates, speaks to a defensive system whose planning required organizational capacities that remain only partly documented in surviving records, leaving gaps in our understanding of how quickly or systematically these elements were built during periods of expansion and conflict. And throughout the site, traces of everyday life merge with monumental forms. Remnants of residential quarters, granaries and workshops appear in clusters that hint at neighbourhoods defined not by rigid grids, but by the shapes of the terrain and the flows of commerce and ritual activity, creating a city whose apparent irregularity masks a deeper logic that has yet to be fully deciphered. And this sense of incomplete knowledge persists even in the best preserved areas, such as the Hazara Rama temple, with its narrative friezes depicting episodes from the Ramayana, where the density of iconography suggests a ceremonial function linked to the royal family. though its limited size relative to other temples raises questions about the specific rituals performed within its walls. And as the sun moves across Hampi's plains, casting shifting shadows across broken pavilions and silent courtyards, the landscape becomes a kind of palimpsest in which fragments of different eras coexist. Structures built at the height of imperial prosperity, alongside remains shaped by later reconstruction, erosion, or intentional dismantling during the city's fall. And these overlapping layers complicate efforts to trace a single coherent narrative of development, leaving scholars to reconcile archaeological evidence with historical texts that offer broad accounts but omit the architectural detail necessary for precise reconstruction. And in the end, Hampi's mystery arises not from any defiance of known history, but from the partial survival of a once living city whose vastness and integration with the landscape make it resistant to full comprehension. For while its monuments testify to ingenuity, administrative coordination, and artistic vision, they also bear the marks of interruption, adaptation, and loss, creating a setting where certainty and ambiguity coexist in equal measure, allowing Hampi to remain a place where the scale of human ambition is evident in every carved stone. And yet the full story of how these stones once formed a thriving capital is left to be pieced together from echoes scattered across a landscape shaped equally by craftsmanship and time. Khajuraho temples. Set across the gentle rise and fall of the Bundelkhand landscape, the Khajuraho temples emerge from groves of neem and palash trees, with a clarity of outline that belies the quietly layered uncertainties within their history. For while their soaring shikaras and intricately carved panels have long been celebrated as masterpieces of the Chandala period, the circumstances of their construction, spread across multiple generations, shaped by shifting political climates, and executed by guilds whose internal workings remain largely undocumented, form a tapestry of intention and adaptation that resists complete reconstruction, inviting a slow, observational approach to understanding how these temples came to occupy their place both physically and symbolically. And as one moves toward the Western group, where the Lakshmana, Kandariya Mahadeva and Vishvanatha temples stand in a harmonious constellation, the first impression is one of near-perfect symmetry, their clustered towers rising like a petrified forest of stone peaks. Yet a closer look reveals subtle variations in proportion, base height, and decorative density that suggest different workshop traditions converging under a broad architectural grammar rather than a single unified blueprint. And this interplay between coherence and variation forms the first quiet layer of intrigue, hinting at a construction process that relied on shared principles but allowed for a degree of interpretive freedom among artisans. Freedom that can be sensed in the sculptural idioms carved along the Jangha, where bands of divine figures, guardians, musicians, dancers, and layered narrative scenes unfold with a fluidity that feels both deeply codified and expressive, though the precise criteria guiding their arrangement remain only partially understood due to the absence of detailed inscriptions describing artistic decisions or workshop hierarchies. Walking along the temple plinths, the sheer volume of sculptural detail becomes apparent, carved with such consistency that it is easy to overlook the small discontinuities, an abrupt shift in style, a motif repeated with slight modification, a panel left less refined than its neighbours. That hint at phases of work interrupted by seasonal constraints, changes in patronage, or the rotation of artisan groups within the broader guild structure. And these traces of process, though subtle, deepen the sense that the temples were products of long, complex cycles of labour rather than singular bursts of activity. A notion reinforced by archaeological evidence, indicating that certain foundations were prepared long before superstructures were fully conceived, suggesting a modular approach that aligned with evolving ritual requirements and palace politics, though specific motivations remain a matter of scholarly debate. Inside the sanctums and mandapas, the spatial choreography reveals a deliberate understanding of light, movement, and acoustic resonance, with narrow corridors leading into widening halls that create a sense of transition from the outer world into concentrated sacred space. Yet the design principles that govern these transitions remain only partly documented in surviving treatises, leaving modern observers to infer connections between architectural form and ritual function through comparative analysis with other temple traditions. And within this interpretive gap, the presence of sculpted surasundaris, figures whose refinement of posture and ornamentation suggests an intentional interplay between devotion, aesthetics, and symbolic narrative, introduces another layer of ambiguity. For while their iconographic significance aligns with broader themes of fertility, prosperity, and divine presence, their prolific inclusion at Khajuraho raises questions about whether they also served specific ritual or performative functions that have since faded from collective memory. As attention shifts to the lesser visited eastern and southern groups, the range of architectural variation expands, with Jain temples displaying a different sculptural vocabulary centered on Tirthankaras, and smaller Shaivite shrines, revealing simplified plans that may reflect local patronage or later phases of Chandala influence. Yet even within these differences, the underlying structural logic remains consistent. Elevated plinths, clustered shikaras, mandapas aligned along cardinal axes, suggesting that the builders maintained a core architectural ethos while adapting details to community needs, though the governing manuals or planning documents that might clarify these decisions have not survived, leaving their methodology inferred through pattern recognition and structural analysis rather than direct textual evidence. The landscape surrounding the temples also contributes to their enigmatic quality, for medieval Khajuraho was part of a broader network of settlements, reservoirs, and forested groves. Yet much of this environmental context has changed over centuries of agricultural expansion and ecological shift, obscuring pathways that once linked temples to one another through processional routes or pilgrim circuits. And these lost connections complicate efforts to reconstruct the experiential dimension of the site as it existed during Chandala rule, when the temples likely formed a ritual landscape rather than the isolated monuments they appear to be today. The decline of Khajuraho's ritual use adds another layer of quiet complexity. For historical records suggest that the region saw significant demographic and political changes after the 13th century, leading to periods of reduced maintenance and eventual overgrowth by vegetation. Yet the reasons for this decline, whether tied to shifting trade routes, military pressures, or transformations in religious patronage, remain only partially understood, as the surviving chronicles provide broad historical arcs, but little detail on how these changes affected the temples themselves, leaving archaeologists to piece together indirect evidence through patterns of structural wear, collapsed mandapas, and signs of partial restoration during later periods. Despite centuries of exposure, the temples retain a structural stability that underscores the builders' advanced understanding of load distribution, particularly in the corbelled roofs and clustered tower design. Yet even this engineering clarity introduces subtle questions, such as how the guilds determined the precise ratios that govern the vertical rhythm of the shikaras, or how they calibrated the placement of hidden bonding stones within the walls. Techniques observable today through structural surveys, but not explained in surviving texts, creating yet another meeting point between certain craftsmanship and uncertain method. And as evening settles over Khajuraho, softening the sharpness of the carvings and casting long shadows across the stepped platforms, the temples seem to embody a convergence of meticulous planning and partial forgetting, their artistry undeniably human, yet shaped by processes no longer fully visible, their inscriptions clear in intention, yet silent on technique, and within this gap between what the stones reveal and what the historical record omits. The site maintains a lingering sense of mystery, not through hints of the impossible, but through the recognition that even the most thoroughly studied monuments can carry within their structure layers of decisions, adaptations, and lost narratives that resist final interpretation, allowing Khajuraho to remain a testament to the complexity of medieval craftsmanship and the quiet endurance of unanswered questions woven into every carved surface. Meenakshi Temple. Rising from the dense urban fabric of Madurai, like a self-contained world of towers, corridors, and ritual pathways, the Meenakshi Temple presents itself with an immediacy that almost conceals the slow accretion of centuries that produced its current form. For while the complex today appears unified beneath its soaring gopurams, painted in vivid tiers of deities and guardians, the history behind this apparent coherence is one of layered construction, destruction, and renewal, shaped by dynastic changes, shifting artistic conventions, and a long continuity of worship that adapted the temple's spaces to evolving needs without leaving behind a complete architectural record. And it is this interlacing of persistence and reinvention that forms the quiet starting point of its mystery. For the underlying structure contains granite foundations and sanctums dating back to early medieval phases, while many of the towering gateways that define the contemporary skyline are products of Nyack period expansion, their colourful plaster ornamentation representing a later interpretive flourish, rather than the temple's original aesthetic. And this coexistence of divergent periods creates a spatial palimpsest where ancient stone corridors lead into mandapas, whose sculptural programs reflect very different artistic visions, making it difficult to reconstruct a single architectural narrative from the available evidence. As one moves inward from the outer courtyards, the corridors widen and narrow in unexpected rhythms, lined with hundreds of sculpted pillars, whose variety of forms suggests work by multiple guilds across different eras. And although inscriptions record the patronage of kings, queens, merchants, and administrators, they seldom describe the methods or sequences of construction, leaving modern scholars to infer relationships between stylistic phases through comparative analysis rather than explicit documentation. And within this pattern of inference, the temple's evolving footprint becomes especially intriguing for the underlying geometry. Its concentric enclosures oriented along cardinal directions implies a planned adherence to Vastu principles, yet the variations in scale, alignment and ornamentation suggest that each expansion responded to the conditions of its time, whether the urban growth of Madurai, political ambitions of the Nyack rulers, or ritual developments within the temple's own sacred calendar. And this combination of rigidity and adaptation helps explain why the complex feels simultaneously orderly and organic, as though it grew outward through a long and largely unrecorded dialogue between religious intention and practical necessity. At the heart of the temple lies the sanctum of Meenakshi and that of Sundareshwara, twin deities whose interconnected shrines reflect a theological emphasis unique to Madurai. Yet even here, the architectural sequence remains partly obscure, for while early medieval inscriptions confirm the antiquity of worship at the site, much of the current granite superstructure likely dates to later reconstructions, meaning that the forms seen today mirror a cultural memory of earlier layouts, rather than providing a direct window into their original design. And this reliance on reconstruction, though rooted in tradition, introduces subtle uncertainties into the spatial history of the complex, reinforcing the sense that the temple we see now is both ancient and reimagined. Within the famed corridors of the Thousand-Pillar Hall, whose name references not an exact count, but an impression of vast multiplicity, the sculptural detail offers another quiet enigma. The pillars bear a combination of mythological scenes, decorative motifs, and narrative carvings, whose stylistic coherence suggests a strong guiding hand. Yet their placement and thematic progression do not follow a strictly linear program, implying that aesthetic goals may have outweighed narrative sequencing, or that the hall served purposes, ritual, administrative, or ceremonial, not fully preserved in surviving records, and the hall's careful attention to acoustics, with ceilings shaped to diffuse sound evenly, further hints at uses that extended beyond static worship. Though again, explicit textual confirmation is lacking, leaving interpretation suspended between architectural evidence and contextual speculation. The temple's famed Golden Lotus tank introduces yet another layer of subtle complexity, for its slightly irregular shape, and the channels leading into it suggest adjustments over time, perhaps responding to changes in monsoon patterns, urban drainage, or ritual requirements. And even today, its serene surface belies a long history of hydraulic adaptation, typical of large South Indian temple complexes. Yet the absence of early engineering records means that the exact evolution of the tank must be inferred from masonry variations and sediment layers rather than direct historical testimony, making it one more element whose story is partly preserved and partly obscured. Beyond the sanctums and tanks, the towering gopurams dominate the skyline with a profusion of stucco figures repainted over generations. Their vivid colours now a defining feature of the temple, though not necessarily reflective of their earliest appearance. And this cycle of repainting complicates efforts to trace stylistic development across time, for layers of pigment obscure earlier iconographic decisions, while the underlying stone core remains largely inaccessible to detailed study. Meaning the histories embedded within these gateways, how they were planned, how many artisans worked on them, how often they were repaired, remain mostly unrecorded despite their prominence, an absence of documentation that contributes quietly to the temple's aura of historical depth. The complex also contains numerous smaller mandapas, some dedicated to festivals, others to administrative activities or ritual preparation, many of which bear architectural anomalies such as mismatched pillars, repurposed stones, or partially recarved motifs, indicating that elements from earlier structures were incorporated into later phases of construction. A common practice in regions with long temple building traditions, but one that creates interpretive challenges. For each reused fragment introduces questions about its origin, its original meaning, and the circumstances that led to its incorporation into a new spatial context, all of which remain matters of carefully framed conjecture rather than certainty. Even the broader urban setting of the temple adds to its enigmatic character. For medieval Madurai, developed in concentric rings around Meenakshi's sanctum, its streets aligned with the temple's cardinal pathways in a manner that suggests deliberate urban planning. Yet the precise mechanisms of this planning, the administrative structures, land grants, and construction protocols, are recorded only indirectly through inscriptions referencing donations and festivals, leaving much of the city's integrative design to be inferred through archaeology, spatial analysis, and comparisons with other temple-centered urban formations in South India. And as evening falls over the temple, softening the colors of the gopurams and drawing shadowed gradients across the granite floors, the complex begins to reveal the continuity that ties its disparate elements together. Centuries of uninterrupted ritual, layered spaces that retain meaning even as their original functions grow dim, and architectural decisions whose full rationale may remain forever beyond recovery, yet remain grounded in human craftsmanship and evolving tradition rather than inexplicable mystery. And it is within this blending of certainty and ambiguity, where inscriptions illuminate some aspects while others remain silent, where architectural clarity coexists with historical gaps, that the Meenakshi temple holds its enduring sense of quiet wonder. A place whose mystery arises not from anything improbable, but from the richness of a living monument shaped across many generations, each leaving traces that both illuminate and obscure the story contained within its walls. Rani Ki Vav, set within the quiet riverine landscape of Patan, where the Saraswati once flowed with greater certainty than it does today. Rani Ki Vav descends into the earth with a depth and intricacy that reveal themselves slowly, step by measured step, as though the structure were designed not only to store water, but to guide the observer through a gradual transition from the brightness of the surface world into the sculpted, symbolic realm below. And this descent becomes the first hint of its quiet enigma. For while stepwells across Western India share a common architectural purpose, the ambition and refinement embodied here suggest a project shaped by more than practical need. Yet the surviving inscriptions offer only fragments, names of patrons, dates of construction and restoration, without detailing the methods, workforce dynamics, or ritual intentions that guided its creation in the 11th century, leaving scholars to reconstruct its story from the precision of its geometry and the dense sculptural program that lines its terraces, pillars, and landings, with narratives that seem almost too elaborate for a utilitarian structure. And as one begins the descent, the stepwell widens into a multi-tiered corridor flanked by colonnades, each level adorned with hundreds of carefully carved figures, avatars, celestial beings, guardians, and mythological episodes rendered with a clarity that has survived centuries underground. Yet, despite the richness of this iconography, the logic behind its arrangement remains partly obscured. For while certain patterns align with well-known cosmological and devotional motifs, others appear at unexpected intervals or in atypical groupings, suggesting a program shaped by artistic interpretation or evolving ritual concepts rather than a single standardized plan. And this variability introduces subtle questions about how the sculptor guilds coordinated such extensive work within a subterranean space where natural light and airflow were limited, especially given the depth of the structure and the need to carve precise reliefs in confined conditions. Challenges for which no contemporary building manuals survive to provide technical explanation. At the lower levels, the sandstone pillars reveal faint tool marks that indicate stages of finishing, with some surfaces polished to near smoothness, while others retain traces of earlier chiseling, hinting at phases of work interrupted by seasonal constraints or shifting political circumstances. Interruptions also suggested by the presence of partially carved motifs that appear to have been abandoned mid-process, though whether due to resource shortages, environmental disruptions, or changes in patronage remains uncertain. And these subtle discontinuities coexist with the extraordinary precision of the stepwell's geometry, where the alignment of steps, corridors, and carved panels adheres to ratios so consistent that even after centuries of silt burial and later restoration, the structure retains a harmony recognizable across its surviving sections, a harmony that points toward a sophisticated architectural understanding that must have guided its construction but left few textual traces, creating the quiet tension between evident mastery and undocumented method that shapes the site's atmosphere. The stepwell's inverted temple concept, where the descent mimics a symbolic journey towards sanctity, becomes more apparent as one reaches the lowest surviving stages, where a once functional well shaft would have mirrored the surface sky in its water, transforming the deepest point into a locus of both practical and symbolic significance. Yet the original mechanisms for water management, including the channels and filtration methods that likely supplemented seasonal inflow, have been obscured by centuries of sediment buildup and the collapse of certain structural elements during the long period in which the stepwell lay buried, meaning that the hydraulic engineering of Rani Ki Vav remains only partially deciphered, inferred through comparisons with other regional stepwells, whose water systems survive more intact. And this interplay of inferred function and preserved form underscores the stepwell's dual identity. For while its primary role was to serve as a reservoir, its elaborate sculptural program suggests layers of meaning that extend beyond utility into ritual, cosmology, and royal patronage, particularly given its association with Queen Udayamati and the dynastic memory it was likely intended to reinforce. When the stepwell was rediscovered in the 20th century, after centuries of silt burial, the process revealed another layer of mystery: the remarkable preservation of many sculptures that had remained shielded from weathering by the very soil that concealed them. Yet this preservation also complicates efforts to reconstruct the structure's original appearance, for some sections survived in near pristine condition, while others were eroded, displaced, or collapsed before burial occurred, creating an uneven archaeological record that leaves certain questions, such as the precise extent of the original pavilion structures, or the exact arrangement of the uppermost sculptural friezes, open to interpretation based on limited fragments, structural logic, and parallels in other Solanki-era architecture. The depth and linear progression of the stepwell also contribute to its enigmatic character, for the long visual axis from the surface entrance to the well shaft creates a perspective system that must have been carefully planned, yet without surviving construction records, scholars debate whether the builders worked from the top downward, carving and constructing progressively deeper levels, or employed a more complex sequence that allowed for simultaneous work at multiple tiers, a question made more difficult to answer due to the absence of clear staging marks or construction inscriptions in the surviving masonry. And this uncertainty illustrates the broader challenge of interpreting ancient construction practices, when physical evidence outlasts documentary testimony, leaving the technical history of even the most impressive structures partially veiled. The iconography across the terraces adds yet another dimension, for while many figures adhere to established symbolic roles, Dashavatara panels, apsaras, nagas, and protective deities, other motifs blend narrative and decorative elements in ways that challenge straightforward classification, suggesting either a localized sculptural tradition or an integration of multiple workshop influences. Though without signed panels or guild records, the identities and regional backgrounds of the artisans remain unknown, leaving their stylistic fingerprints as the only remaining clues to a complex artistic ecosystem. Even the stepwell's relationship to its surrounding landscape invites reflection, for the Saraswati River that once fed it has shifted course over the centuries, altering the environmental context in ways that obscure how the stepwell originally interacted with the hydrology of the region. And while geological studies offer partial insights, the changing river patterns make it difficult to determine precisely how often the stepwell held water, how deep the water typically reached, or how the structure functioned during periods of drought. All practical factors that would have shaped its ritual and social role during its active life. As sunlight moves across the terraces, illuminating some carvings while leaving others in shadow, the stepwell reveals the interplay of designed space and natural light that must have influenced its visual experience. Yet the original lighting conditions, likely shaped by the seasonal angle of the sun, the presence of reflective water, and the use of oil lamps during rituals, cannot be fully reconstructed, adding another layer of interpretive distance to the site. And in the gentle silence of its descent, Rani Ki Vav holds an atmosphere of layered human intention and partial historical obscurity, offering clarity through its craftsmanship, yet leaving open the deeper story of how its builders coordinated such an ambitious project, how its symbolism aligned with lived ritual practice, and how its varied elements once functioned together in a landscape shaped by shifting water and changing time, allowing the stepwell to retain a quiet, grounded mystery rooted not in impossibility, but in the limits of what the surviving record can reveal. Elephanta Caves, set within the basalt heart of Garapuri Island, where tidal channels carve slow pathways through mangroves before rising toward the rugged slopes. The Elephanta Caves introduce themselves with a restrained simplicity that only gradually reveals the depth of intention beneath their weathered surfaces. For the rock-cut pillars and shadowed chambers at first seem almost modest compared to grander mainland temples. Yet as one steps into the central cave and the dim outline of the three-faced Mahesh Murti begins to emerge from the stone, a quieter, more introspective mystery takes shape. Rooted not in the improbable, but in the complex interplay of geology, craftsmanship, and historical silence that surrounds these 6th to 7th century monuments. And from the outset, the caves hint at uncertainties through their very incompleteness. Unfinished pillars, partially carved panels, abrupt transitions between refined reliefs and rough quarry surfaces, suggesting phases of excavation halted or redirected by circumstances not fully recorded, while surviving inscriptions remain too sparse to trace a precise lineage of patronage, leaving scholars to rely on stylistic comparisons and political context to link the caves to early Kalachuri or late Gupta influence, though no attribution holds absolute certainty. And this absence of definitive identification becomes the first quiet thread in Elephanta's layered enigma. The main cave's layout, with its expansive mandapa supported by rows of massive pillars, reflects a deliberate architectural rhythm that balances open space with sculptural density. Yet, the decision to carve such a large chamber into a hill of relatively hard basalt, especially at a location that required transporting artisans, tools, and provisions across water, invites questions about the practical and symbolic motivations guiding its placement. For while the island's central ridge offered structural stability, it also imposed challenges of ventilation and lighting that must have influenced the carving process, though the methods used to manage dust, coordinate multiple sculpting teams, and maintain spatial accuracy remain undocumented, surviving only in the rock's faint tool marks and the subtle irregularities that appear in certain pillars whose profiles differ slightly from their neighbours. At the heart of the cave, the monumental Maheshmurti, its serene, towering presence emerging from a continuous basalt wall, anchors the entire complex with an authority that transcends its partially damaged state. And its triadic representation of creation, preservation, and destruction has long been recognized as a sculptural achievement of exceptional refinement. Yet the choices behind its placement and proportions remain less clear. For the figure is not centered within the cave, but positioned to align with a spatial axis that seems to interact with natural light entering through the eastern portico, suggesting an intentional relationship between illumination and the sculpture's shifting expressions throughout the day, though the degree to which this alignment was planned or fortuitous remains open to interpretation given the absence of contemporary descriptions of the cave's ritual use. And the surrounding reliefs, Ravananugraha, Gangadhara, the Ardhanarishvara panel, and the marriage of Shiva and Parvati, form a coherent iconographic program that likely reflected doctrinal concerns of early Shaivism. Yet, subtle variations in carving depth, stylistic detail, and finishing technique imply that different workshops or generations of artisans contributed to the panels, introducing slight discontinuities that complicate efforts to view the program as the execution of a single unified plan. Moving through the subsidiary caves, the scale diminishes, but the sense of partial completion increases, with some shrines containing lingams housed within simple, undecorated chambers, while others bear traces of abandoned sculptural outlines, suggesting either shifts in patronage or disruptions in the labour force. Disruptions that might align with known historical conflicts in the region, but cannot be directly linked without more substantial records. And these unfinished surfaces, though silent in themselves, become subtle markers of historical interruption, reinforcing the notion that the island's rock-cut complex developed across a fluid period of political and religious change, rather than unfolding as a single, uninterrupted project. The geology of the island adds another layer of complexity, for the basalt here varies in grain and fracture pattern, influencing both the quality of carving and the long-term preservation of details, and the weathering visible today, especially along the cave entrances exposed to sea winds, complicates efforts to determine which erosions reflect age and which indicate choices made by the artisans in response to the stone's natural properties. And the challenges posed by this geology raise questions about the tools and techniques employed in the excavation, such as how artisans coordinated the removal of large volumes of rock while maintaining the integrity of ceilings and pillars, or how they managed microfractures that could have threatened structural stability. Questions made more intriguing by the absence of preserved scaffolding holes or construction debris that might clarify their methods. The strategic location of Elephanta within the harbour, approaches of ancient Mumbai, also invites consideration of its broader cultural role. For while the caves are clearly dedicated to Shaivite worship, their placement on an island frequently visited by seafarers suggests that they may have served as both a ritual centre and a landmark within regional maritime networks, though the lack of early textual references makes it difficult to determine whether Elephanta was a major pilgrimage site, a royal project, or a more localized expression of devotion. And this ambiguity persists even when examining later periods, as the island underwent phases of neglect, repurposing, and limited occupation that further obscured the original context of the caves. The later arrival of foreign powers, particularly the Portuguese, left additional marks, both literal and historical, on the site, including documented instances of damage and repurposing that altered certain sculptures and architectural elements. Yet even these disruptions form part of the stepwise transformation that makes the caves difficult to interpret with absolute clarity, for the cumulative effects of human action and natural decay have blurred the boundaries between the original aesthetic and subsequent interventions, leaving modern restoration efforts to balance preservation with an awareness of the interpretive gaps that cannot be fully bridged. As daylight fades within the main chamber and the contours of the Maheshmurti merge with the surrounding shadow, the cave's atmosphere crystallizes into a sense of depth, not tied to scale alone, but to the layers of intention, interruption, and partial survival embedded within its stone. For Elephanta stands as a place where technical skill and historical silence coexist, where the grandeur of early medieval sculpture is matched by the quiet uncertainty of its origins and methods, and where the absence of full documentation leaves room not for fantasies but for carefully grounded inquiry, allowing the caves to maintain a gentle, persistent mystery rooted in the limits of what the surviving evidence can reveal, and in the lasting imprint of human craftsmanship, shaped within a landscape of shifting tides and enduring stone. Sri Lanka is not supposed to look like this. A sky palace carved into sheer rock, temples hidden inside mountains, cities engineered around artificial seas, statues taller than buildings, standing alone with no inscriptions, no names, no explanations. These aren't ruins from a forgotten village. They are megastructures that required planning, labour, and belief across generations. So why were they abandoned? Why do some sites last centuries while others collapse almost immediately? And why do the most ambitious constructions leave behind the least context? Were these places symbols of power, acts of devotion, or responses to a crisis we no longer understand? What kind of civilization builds like this and then disappears without answering us? Sigiriya Rock Fortress. Rising abruptly from the central plains of Sri Lanka, the rock known today as Sigiriya Rock Fortress does not announce itself gradually or politely. It interrupts the landscape, a vertical mass of stone that feels less like a hill than a decision made permanent. And long before it became a destination for visitors or an icon reproduced in guidebooks, it stood as a deliberate rupture in the rhythms of agrarian life below, where fields were levelled, canals cut, and generations assumed the ground beneath their feet would always remain the stage for history. In the 5th century, when King Kashyapa chose this rock as the centre of his rule, the choice was not merely strategic but symbolic. A withdrawal upward, away from the social and dynastic ground where legitimacy was traditionally earned, and into a space where authority would be seen rather than negotiated. To understand Sigiriya is to first imagine the human world that surrounded it. Farmers who rose with the sun, artisans who shaped brick and plaster with expectations of continuity, courtiers who assumed that power would outlast any single reign, all participating in a civilization that believed the future would resemble the past, closely enough to justify immense investment. From below, the rock would have been visible everywhere, its silhouette dominating horizons, reminding those who labored in its shadow that something unprecedented was unfolding above them. A palace in the sky whose very existence contradicted the slow, horizontal logic of settlement that had defined life on the island for centuries. The intrigue begins not with how Sigiriya was built, but with why such a place was imagined at all, because the fortress does not simply defend, it isolates, elevates, and estranges. Kashyapa, having seized the throne through violence and betrayal, did not fortify an existing capital, but instead transformed a natural monolith into a self-contained world, complete with gardens, reservoirs, galleries, and ceremonial spaces, suggesting a ruler less concerned with ruling a population than with redefining the geometry of power itself. Archaeological remains reveal a level of planning that feels almost modern in its integration of aesthetics and hydraulics. Symmetrical water gardens aligned with the cardinal directions, underground conduits that still function after 15 centuries, terraces carved with precision that required not just labor but sustained administrative coordination over decades. These were not the works of desperation or improvisation. They were the products of a state capable of mobilizing thousands, feeding them, organizing time, and maintaining skilled knowledge across generations, all while projecting the assumption that this elevated world would endure. The frescoes, those surviving figures often called the Cloud Maidens, once numbered in the hundreds, lining a sheltered western face of the rock, visible only to those permitted to ascend, their gazes neither devotional nor submissive, but ambiguous, suspended between intimacy and distance, suggesting a courtly culture that understood visual power as something curated and controlled. Nearby, the mirror wall, polished so finely that it once reflected those who passed, bears inscriptions left centuries later by visitors who no longer knew the names of the builders, but still felt compelled to record their presence. A quiet admission that the meaning of the place had already begun to slip even as the stone endured. Yet for all its grandeur, Sigiriya's life as a royal capital was astonishingly brief, lasting barely a generation before Kashyapa's death and the site's abandonment as a seat of power, raising the first of many contradictions. How does a society capable of such sustained effort allow its most ambitious project to become obsolete so quickly? Traditional explanations tell us the fortress was a defensive refuge born of paranoia, a response to political instability. But the scale of the gardens, the refinement of the art, and the ceremonial layout suggest something far more aspirational than defensive, a statement meant to reorder the world vertically rather than protect it horizontally. The labor invested here was not provisional. It assumed permanence, yet history did not comply. After Kashyapa's fall, Sigiriya was repurposed as a monastic complex, its royal spaces adapted to quieter rhythms of contemplation, a transition that speaks less to continuity than to cultural salvage, as later communities attempted to extract meaning from structures whose original context had collapsed. Over time, even this secondary life faded, and the rock returned largely to silence, its systems still intact but disconnected from the social networks that once animated them. The mystery deepens when modern. Observers confront the sophistication of Sigiriya's engineering and planning, and instinctively search for external explanations, as if complexity itself demands foreign origins or lost technologies. Yet the evidence points consistently back to local knowledge, refined through centuries of hydraulic management, urban planning, and ritual architecture across the island. The discomfort lies not in impossibility, but in impermanence. A civilization capable of imagining and executing such a project failed not because it lacked skill, but because political rupture erased the continuity required to sustain meaning. Competing theories have emerged over time, some framing Sigiriya as a cosmic mandala, others as an early expression of totalitarian spectacle, still others as a pleasure palace masquerading as a fortress. But each interpretation reveals as much about modern preoccupations as about ancient intent, reflecting our own anxieties about authority, surveillance, and legacy. What remains undeniable is that Sigiriya was never meant to be merely functional. It was performative, a lived assertion that power could transcend geography, that a human order could be imposed vertically upon the earth itself. Standing today, stripped of its roofs and rituals, the rock confronts us with an uncomfortable continuity. The stone persists, the systems endure, but the world that justified them is gone, its assumptions proven fragile. Sigiriya does not ask us to marvel at ancient ingenuity alone. It quietly reminds us that permanence is a story civilizations tell themselves while building upward, confident that their future will arrive on schedule, unaware that the structures they leave behind will one day be studied not as achievements, but as questions, rising from the landscape without explanation, daring each new generation to decide whether the past failed or whether it simply moved on without us. Dambulla Cave Temple. Set into the living rock of Sri Lanka's north-central plains, the sanctuary known today as Dambulla Cave Temple does not rise above the land the way Sigiriya does, nor does it command the horizon with overt authority. Instead, it withdraws into the stone itself, hollowed rather than elevated, as if its creators chose not to conquer the landscape, but to disappear inside it. And that choice alone hints at a different understanding of permanence, power, and survival. Long before pilgrims climbed the worn steps, or scholars catalogued pigments and dynasties, this rock outcrop offered shelter in the most literal sense, a refuge from sun, rain, and political violence. And it is here that history quietly folds into human vulnerability. According to tradition, a deposed king once hid within these caves, sustained by monks and anonymity until power shifted again. A story that matters less for its factual certainty than for what it reveals about how people understood safety. Not as walls or armies, but as obscurity, concealment, and patience. When Dambulla later transformed from shelter into sanctuary, it did so gradually, almost organically over centuries, accumulating statues, murals, donations, and renovations without ever closing itself off from the outside world. The caves were not planned as a single monumental project. They were layered, revised, repainted, and reinterpreted by successive generations who assumed quietly and confidently that this place would continue to matter long after they were gone. Walking through the caves today, one senses not the ambition of a single ruler, but the endurance of a shared belief, expressed through repetition rather than spectacle. More Buddhas, more paint, more offerings, each addition less concerned with originality than with continuity. The ceilings are dense with imagery, thousands of figures compressed into every available surface, cosmic diagrams, floral motifs, scenes from the Buddha's life, all rendered with pigments that have survived humidity, insects, smoke, and time itself, not because they were indestructible, but because generation after generation chose to maintain them. This is the first quiet intrigue of Dambulla. It is vast without being grandiose, ancient without being frozen, monumental without ever pretending to be finished. The evidence embedded in the stone tells a story of long-term care rather than one-time achievement, from the careful shaping of drip ledges that divert monsoon rain away from the interiors, to the placement of statues that respond to the natural contours of the caves rather than forcing symmetry upon them. Over 2,000 years, kings came and went, Capitals shifted, invasions disrupted dynasties, yet Dambulla remained relevant, not because it was powerful, but because it was adaptable, absorbing each political and cultural shift into its interior without needing to announce change on the outside. This longevity complicates modern assumptions about how civilizations preserve meaning. Unlike Sigiriya, whose purpose collapsed with its patron, Dambulla survived precisely because it avoided tying itself to a single moment of authority. And yet, this raises a deeper contradiction. How did a site so dependent on continuous care escape the cycles of abandonment that erased so many other ancient places? The caves required repainting, statues needed repair, rituals demanded participation. Neglect would have been fatal within a few generations. Conventional explanations point to uninterrupted Buddhist practice, royal patronage, and geographic fortune, but these answers feel incomplete when confronted with the sheer consistency of attention across periods of famine, war, and regime change. Dambulla's survival suggests not institutional resilience alone, but a collective agreement, renewed repeatedly, that this place anchored something essential about being human, an agreement strong enough to outlast political loyalty. Speculation inevitably enters where documentation fades. Some see the caves as a map of the Buddhist cosmos rendered inwardly, a symbolic inversion of the towering stupas and palaces elsewhere on the island. Others interpret the density of imagery as a response to impermanence itself, a visual insistence on continuity in a world that repeatedly proved unstable. There are those who argue that Dambulla's true function was psychological rather than religious, offering a sense of order and enclosure in times when the outside world fractured unpredictably, while more unconventional voices wonder whether such sites encoded knowledge meant to be experienced rather than recorded, preserved not in texts but in movement, ritual, and memory. None of these interpretations fully resolves the central mystery, which is not how the caves were made, but how their meaning survived intact enough to be recognized across radically different eras. Today, visitors encounter Dambulla as heritage, as art, as devotion, often simultaneously, yet the caves were never designed for spectatorship. They were shaped for presence, for bodies breathing incense-thick air, for the slow erosion of self within painted stone. What lingers after leaving is the unsettling realization that Dambulla endured not through dominance or innovation, but through repetition, maintenance, and shared silence, qualities rarely celebrated in narratives of civilization. The caves remind us that history is not always driven by those who build the highest or rule the widest, but by those who keep returning, repainting what fades, re-inhabiting what could have been forgotten, trusting, without evidence, that the future will still recognize the value of what they preserved. And in that trust lies the quiet risk that binds Dambulla to every human project, the belief that continuity itself is worth the labor, even when no guarantee exists that anyone will remember why. Polonnaruwa, ancient city. The ruins of Polonnaruwa, ancient city, spread outward rather than upward, dissolving into the dry plains as if the city were never meant to dominate the landscape but to organize it. And that distinction matters because Polonnaruwa was not conceived as a refuge, a sanctuary, or a spectacle, but as a functioning promise that human order could be made stable through systems rather than symbols. When it rose to prominence in the medieval period, replacing older capitals worn down by invasion and ecological strain, Polonnaruwa embodied a different ambition than the vertical drama of Sigiriya or the inward quiet of Dambulla. This was a city built to endure by feeding people, moving water, administering law, and sustaining ritual at scale. To imagine Polonnaruwa alive is to picture a place where fields extended outward in carefully measured grids, where canals shimmered in the heat, where administrators tracked grain and labor, and where the future felt calculable because infrastructure made it feel manageable. At the heart of this confidence lay water, collected, stored and redistributed through reservoirs so large they mimicked inland seas, the most famous of which still stretches across the horizon, reflecting the sky with an almost deceptive calm. These works were not ornamental, they were existential, born of generations who understood that survival depended on predicting monsoon cycles and buffering against failure, and who invested labour accordingly, believing that careful planning could outpace uncertainty. Stone inscriptions, palace foundations and monastic complexes speak of a state that saw no contradiction between spiritual merit and administrative precision, where devotion and bureaucracy reinforced one another through shared assumptions about continuity. The evidence embedded in Polonnaruwa's remains is not subtle. Massive brick walls once rose several stories high. Audience halls were laid out with ceremonial geometry, and monasteries housed communities large enough to require disciplined organization, all supported by hydraulic networks that extended far beyond the city itself. This was not a civilization improvising at the edge of collapse. It was one operating with confidence, scaling up older technologies into a comprehensive system that linked rulers, monks, farmers, and artisans into a single metabolic network. The Gal Vihara Buddhas, carved directly from granite outcrops, appear serene and timeless today, but they once stood within a living urban matrix, surrounded by chanting, debate, instruction, and daily routine, their stillness contrasting deliberately with the administrative motion of the city around them. Yet the very completeness of Polonnaruwa sharpens the central intrigue. How does a city so carefully engineered, so deeply integrated with its environment, become a ruin? Unlike Sigiriya, whose collapse followed the death of its patron, or Dambulla, which survived through quiet adaptation, Polonnaruwa failed systemically, its abandonment unfolding over decades as pressures accumulated, rather than arriving as a single rupture. Conventional histories cite South Indian invasions, shifting trade routes, and political fragmentation, but these explanations struggle to account for the scale of withdrawal required to silence such an interconnected place. Water systems do not fail overnight. They require neglect, disrepair, and the slow erosion of collective will. The contradiction emerges here. Polonnaruwa did not fall because its builders misunderstood their environment, but because maintaining complexity demanded a level of stability that history rarely grants for long. Once central authority weakened, canals silted, reservoirs breached, labor coordination fractured, and the very systems that once ensured abundance accelerated decline when they could no longer be maintained. The city's design, optimized for permanence, became brittle in the absence of continuity, revealing an uncomfortable truth about large-scale human projects. Resilience at scale often masks fragility at the edges. Speculation fills the gaps left by fragmentary chronicles and eroded inscriptions. Some scholars view Polonnaruwa as the high watermark of Sri Lanka's hydraulic civilization, a moment when human control over nature reached its practical limit before ecological and political realities reasserted themselves. Others suggest that climate variability, subtle shifts in monsoon patterns, or prolonged droughts may have strained systems designed for predictability, turning infrastructure from asset to liability. More unconventional interpretations frame Polonnaruwa as a cautionary city, an example of how centralized planning creates dependencies that collapse catastrophically when coordination fails, a pattern echoed. Across civilizations separated by time and geography, what these theories share is an implicit recognition that Polonnaruwa's builders did not anticipate abandonment. Every brick, channel, and statue assumes a future populated by caretakers who would understand their purpose. Walking through the ruins today, one moves through spaces that feel paused rather than destroyed, as if the city stepped aside rather than fell, leaving behind outlines of rooms, corridors, and courtyards that still imply motion. There is a peculiar intimacy in this absence, a sense that the people who lived here did not expect to be remembered as a mystery, but as a continuation, their work folded seamlessly into the next generation's labour. Polonnaruwa unsettles modern observers because it resists easy narratives of hubris or decay. It was neither reckless nor naive, neither isolated nor stagnant. It was instead profoundly human in its confidence that systems, once perfected, could be trusted to carry meaning forward. The silence that followed was not the result of ignorance, but of interruption, the kind that breaks chains of knowledge without erasing evidence of intelligence. In this way, Polonnaruwa stands as a middle chapter in Sri Lanka's ancient story, bridging the vertical assertion of power and the inward preservation of belief, reminding us that civilizations often disappear not because they fail to solve problems, but because they solve them so thoroughly that they forget solutions must be lived, repaired, and reimagined continuously. The ruins do not accuse their builders, they wait quietly, bearing the weight of an optimism that once felt justified, and in their stillness they ask whether any system, no matter how carefully designed, can ever outlast the fragile agreements that keep human worlds intact. Yapahua Rock Fortress. The Rock of Yapahua Rock Fortress rises abruptly from the plains, like a memory that refuses to fade, smaller and less theatrical than Sigiriya, yet sharper in its intent, a place built not to celebrate power but to protect something already slipping out of reach. By the time Yapahua became a capital in the 13th century, Sri Lanka had learned, repeatedly and painfully, that permanence was an illusion easily shattered by invasion, dynastic collapse, and the quiet erosion of continuity, and this knowledge shaped the fortress from its first carved step. The surrounding lowlands were no strangers to cultivation, ritual, and settlement, but the world that once felt predictable had narrowed, compressed by external threats and internal fractures, and the choice to retreat upward again, after Sigiriya's lesson had already been written into stone centuries earlier, speaks not of confidence but of urgency. Yapahua was conceived as a holding place for legitimacy itself, the temporary guardian of the sacred tooth relic of the Buddha, an object whose authority extended beyond kingship, and whose possession conferred the right to rule, and this burden transformed the rock into something more than a fortress. It became a vault for meaning. To imagine Yapahua alive is to imagine a court that no longer assumed time was on its side, where decisions were made with the expectation of interruption, where defences mattered as much as rituals, and where the future was something to be guarded rather than expanded. The ascent up the rock makes this psychology legible even now as the grand stone staircase, ornamented with finely carved lions, balustrades, and reliefs, draws the body upward through a controlled sequence of thresholds, narrowing access not just physically but symbolically, separating those who belonged within from the instability below. The craftsmanship of these carvings is startling, not because it rivals earlier achievements, but because it appears at a moment when resources were strained, territories contested, and confidence diminished, suggesting that even under pressure, the language of refinement remained inseparable from authority. Above, the summit once held wooden palaces, shrines, and administrative spaces now reduced to foundations, their absence louder than their remains, because they speak of a world built with the expectation that it might not last long enough to justify stone. Archaeological traces reveal careful planning, cisterns carved into bedrock to capture rain, defensive walls hugging natural contours, controlled points of access that reveal a society thinking tactically rather than expansively. This is the evidence phase of Yapahua's story, and it differs subtly but profoundly from what came before. Here, infrastructure serves containment rather than growth, preservation rather than projection. Yet, this very pragmatism sharpens the central contradiction, because despite all this effort, Yapahua's tenure as a capital was brief, scarcely a generation, ending when South Indian forces captured the relic and dismantled the fragile authority it anchored. How does a society invest so deliberately in protection, only to lose what it sought to preserve almost immediately? Traditional explanations point to overwhelming military force, political betrayal, or the sheer difficulty of defending a centralized symbol in a fragmented landscape. But these answers feel insufficient when confronted with the emotional weight embedded in the architecture itself. Yapahua was not built by people ignorant of risk. It was built by those acutely aware of it, which makes its failure less a surprise than a tragedy of timing. The rock fortress exposes a deeper vulnerability. When legitimacy is condensed into a single object, a single place, it becomes both powerful and perilously fragile. Speculation naturally follows, as later generations attempted to interpret the meaning of this compressed capital. Some see Yapahua as a transitional experiment, a last attempt to reconcile sacred kingship with defensive realism before political authority dispersed irreversibly. Others interpret it as evidence that the old models of centralized rule had already broken down, forcing rulers into reactive postures that could delay collapse but not reverse it. More unconventional voices suggest that Yapahua was never meant to endure, that it functioned as a ritual pause, a temporary container for continuity during a period of upheaval, buying time rather than securing permanence. What unites these theories is an acknowledgement that Yapahua reflects a civilization already living in the aftermath of loss, aware that history could not simply be resumed where it had been interrupted. Walking among the ruins today, one senses this. Awareness etched into every choice. The steepness of the climb, the scarcity of open space, the absence of expansive gardens or ceremonial avenues. This was not a place designed for flourishing, it was designed for holding on. And yet, even in this constrained context, beauty persisted, carved into stairways that few would ever see, suggesting a stubborn refusal to separate meaning from aesthetics, even when survival was at stake. Yapahua unsettles modern assumptions because it does not fit comfortably into narratives of rise or fall. It is a pause, a tightening of the story, a moment when a civilization gathered what it still believed mattered and carried it upward, hoping the stone might buy time against history's momentum. Its abandonment did not erase its significance. Instead, it clarified it, revealing how societies behave when they no longer trust the ground beneath them. In this way, Yapahua stands as a quiet confession, carved into rock rather than written in chronicles, admitting that continuity is not guaranteed by intelligence, devotion, or effort alone, but depends on conditions no fortress can fully control. The rock remains stripped of its purpose, its stairways leading nowhere now, and in that stillness, it reminds us that some structures are built not to last forever, but to protect meaning just long enough for it to survive elsewhere, leaving behind only the imprint of urgency preserved in stone. Avukana Buddha statue. Standing alone in the dry heart of Sri Lanka, far from capitals and processional avenues, the Avukana Buddha statue does not announce itself as a monument in the conventional sense, because there is no enclosing city, no grand stairway, no defensive wall or ritual complex to guide the visitor's expectations. Instead, it emerges directly from the rock face, a solitary human form carved at full scale from living stone, as if the landscape itself paused long enough to assume a posture of calm. At over 40 feet tall, the statue commands space without claiming it, its presence quiet rather than declarative. And to understand why such an object exists here, isolated, precise, and unresolved, requires stepping away from the logic of cities and fortresses, and into a different relationship between labor, belief, and time. The statue is traditionally dated to the 5th century, roughly the same era as Sigiriya, yet its intentions feel inverted. Where the fortress climbed skyward to assert power, Avucana stands grounded, rooted to the earth, offering no shelter, no spectacle, and no clear audience beyond those willing to seek it out. To imagine its creation is to imagine a community that believed meaning could be fixed, not through accumulation or defense, but through singular clarity, expressed in a body reduced to essentials, feet planted, hand raised in reassurance, eyes lowered not in submission, but in detachment. The intrigue here is immediate and unsettling. Why commit such immense effort to carve a figure that does not dominate a city, mark a boundary, or guard a relic? The labor required to free this form from the rock would have demanded skilled artisans, sustained provisioning, and organizational stability over years, all invested into an object that offers no practical return. The evidence carved into the stone is meticulous. The proportions are mathematically consistent. The robe clings in controlled rhythms that suggest an understanding of both anatomy and abstraction, and the back of the statue remains connected to the cliff, a deliberate choice that rejects freestanding heroism in favor of continuity with the land itself. There are no inscriptions to explain intent, no dedicatory texts to anchor the statue to a patron, and this absence is not accidental but revealing, because Avucana does not behave like propaganda. It does not proclaim a ruler's merit or commemorate a victory. It simply stands, complete and self-contained, as if its creators assumed that explanation was unnecessary, that recognition would arise through presence alone. This assumption hints at a world where shared understanding was strong enough to make silence intelligible, where meaning did not need to be defended against misinterpretation. Yet this confidence introduces the central contradiction. The very clarity that defines Avucana also renders it vulnerable to historical erasure, because without narrative scaffolding, later generations are left to infer significance from form alone. Conventional scholarship links the statue to nearby monastic communities and irrigation works, suggesting it functioned as a focal point within a living religious landscape now largely gone. But the scale of the statue exceeds what would have been necessary for local devotion, implying a broader ambition that remains frustratingly opaque. Some see it as a marker of royal patronage, expressed through restraint rather than excess. Others as a pedagogical image designed to embody doctrinal ideals at a moment when Buddhism sought visual coherence across regions. More speculative interpretations propose that Avucana was aligned with celestial or hydrological features, a symbolic guardian of water systems that sustained surrounding settlements, or that it served as a liminal figure, positioned between cultivated land and wilderness, to negotiate human presence within an unpredictable environment. What unites these theories is the recognition that Avucana resists reduction to function. It exists at the intersection of devotion and abstraction, labor and stillness, permanence and vulnerability. Unlike the crowded imagery of Dambulla or the systemic ambition of Polonnaruwa, this statue offers no accumulation, no sequence, no progression. Only a single resolved gesture held indefinitely. Walking around it, one becomes acutely aware of time, not as movement, but as pressure, felt in the weathering of stone and the subtle asymmetries that reveal human hands at work centuries ago, hands that assumed the future would encounter this figure without needing instruction. That assumption did not fail entirely. The statue remains revered, but its context dissolved, leaving Avucana suspended between familiarity and mystery. It unsettles modern observers because it contradicts the expectation that large-scale ancient works must serve power or spectacle. Here, scale amplifies restraint rather than dominance. The Buddha's raised hand, offering reassurance, feels directed not toward a gathered crowd, but toward time itself. a gesture extended across centuries without knowing who would receive it. In this sense, Avucana becomes a meditation on trust. Trust that labor invested in meaning rather than utility will endure. Trust that silence can carry intention forward. Trust that future humans will recognize something of themselves in stone shaped by long-forgotten lives. The statue does not dramatize impermanence. It embodies coexistence with it, accepting erosion without losing coherence, remaining legible even as details soften. And yet, its survival is precarious, dependent on conditions its creators could not control, reminding us that even the most distilled expressions of belief are not immune to neglect. Avucana stands today not as an answer to historical questions, but as a challenge to modern assumptions about progress and preservation, suggesting that some civilizations invested their greatest effort not in expanding control or recording achievement, but in carving moments of stillness into the world, trusting that long after names, cities, and systems faded, a single human form, calm and unmoving, might still speak to those willing to stand quietly in its presence and accept that understanding does not always arrive with explanation. Tantirimali megalithic area. Hidden within forested terrain, far from ancient capitals and modern routes, the Tantirimali megalithic area does not present itself as a destination so much as an interruption, a scattering of stone, earthworks, caves, and fragmentary ruins that resist easy chronology or singular purpose. And it is precisely this resistance that makes Tantirimali unsettling. Unlike Sigiriya's deliberate verticality or Polonnaruwa's rational sprawl, this is not a place that declares intention. It whispers of prolonged human presence without ever clarifying its beginning or its end. The landscape itself feels undecided, hovering between wildness and habitation, as if human activity once passed through rather than settled conclusively, leaving behind traces that suggest repeated return rather than permanent occupation. To stand at Tantirimali is to confront a different kind of ancient world, one not anchored to kingship or centralized authority, but to rhythms of movement, ritual, and memory that predate the historical record. Megalithic structures, stone alignments, burial markers, and foundations whose purposes remain debated sit alongside later Buddhist remnants, including caves adapted for monastic use, and a ruined statue whose identity is inferred rather than documented, forming a palimpsest of belief layered across centuries without erasing what came before. The setup here is disorienting by design. This was never a capital, never a fortress, never a pilgrimage center on the scale of Dambulla, yet it endured, quietly accumulating meaning without formal recognition. The intrigue emerges from this accumulation without narrative. Tantirimali suggests continuity without authorship, a human presence that did not rely on inscription or proclamation to justify itself. Archaeological evidence points to occupation stretching back into the proto-historic period, long before Buddhism formalized religious landscapes across the island. And this deep time unsettles modern assumptions about Sri Lanka's ancient story, beginning with kings and chronicles. The megaliths imply burial practices and cosmologies whose symbolic languages have been lost, yet their placement reveals intention, orientation, clustering, and repetition, suggesting communities deeply invested in honoring the dead and structuring space around memory rather than power. Later, when Buddhist monks arrived, they did not erase these stones, they adapted the terrain, carving drip-ledged caves, establishing shrines, and integrating older features into new ritual frameworks, as if continuity mattered more than purity. This coexistence forms the heart of Tantirimali's evidence phase, a landscape where belief systems overlapped without mutual destruction, implying a cultural confidence that allowed meaning to evolve rather than reset. Yet here lies the contradiction that defines the site. Despite its longevity, Tantiramali never crystallized into a dominant center, never accumulated the architectural clarity that allows history to narrate it cleanly. It survived, but it did not announce survival. It persisted, but it did not expand. Conventional explanations frame Tantirimale as peripheral, a regional religious site overshadowed by nearby capitals, but this framing imposes modern hierarchies onto a past that may not have valued centrality in the same way. What if Tantirimale's significance lay precisely in its refusal to consolidate, in remaining flexible enough to absorb change without collapse? Speculation grows in the absence of texts. Some scholars suggest the site functioned as a transitional zone, a place where older ancestral practices gradually merged with Buddhist cosmology, allowing cultural transformation without rupture. Others see it as a ritual landscape tied to seasonal movement, where communities returned cyclically to honor ancestors, meditate, or mark time, rather than inhabit continuously. More unconventional interpretations imagine Tantirimale as a memory field, a deliberately ambiguous space where meaning was transmitted orally and experientially rather than architecturally, ensuring resilience against political upheaval by avoiding dependency on any single institution. What unites these theories is an acknowledgement that Tantirimale challenges the assumption that civilizations must leave behind legible monuments to matter. The site's ruins feel incomplete, not because they were destroyed, but because they were never meant to conclude, their purpose fulfilled through use rather than permanence. Walking through the area today, one encounters silence not as absence but as residue, the kind left behind when generations interacted with a place through gesture, ritual, and repetition rather than inscription. This silence is uncomfortable for modern observers trained to. Equate significance with scale and clarity. Tantirimale offers neither, yet it refuses erasure. Its endurance suggests a model of human continuity that operates below the threshold of recorded history, one that survives precisely because it does not demand recognition. In the broader arc of Sri Lanka's ancient landscape, Tantirimale occupies a liminal role, bridging prehistoric cosmologies and historical religions, reminding us that what we call civilization is often built atop quieter, older ways of inhabiting the world that never sought permanence as proof of value. The mystery it leaves unresolved is not who built it or why, but how many other places like it once existed, sustaining human meaning without ever entering chronicles, and how our understanding of the past narrows when we privilege only what was written, monumental, or ruled. Tantirimale does not confront us with lost grandeur. It confronts us with lost subtlety, asking whether endurance might sometimes look like restraint, and whether the deepest human investments are not always the ones that rise highest or last longest, but those that remain adaptable enough to be used, reinterpreted, and quietly carried forward until even their origins dissolve into the landscape itself. Buduruwagala rock carvings. Carved into a sheer rock face at the edge of Sri Lanka's southern forests, the figures of Buduruwagala rock carvings stand not as a procession or a monument, but as a silent assembly, 7 immense forms emerging directly from stone, arranged without enclosure, walls, or architectural framing, as if they were never meant to be visited so much as encountered. The setting itself feels deliberately withdrawn from the trajectories of power traced by earlier sites, far from capitals like Polonnaruwa, and removed from the defensive urgency of rock fortresses. And this withdrawal immediately reframes expectation. Buduruwagala was not built to anchor a city, legitimize a ruler, or guard a relic, but to hold presence in a place where human systems thinned and the forest pressed close. The largest figure, a colossal standing Buddha rising over 50 feet high, dominates the group. Yet even this scale feels restrained because the figure does not loom outward. It remains flush with the cliff, inseparable from the geology that shaped it. To imagine the people who carved these figures is to imagine a society already living with the knowledge that cities could fail, capitals could shift, and records could be lost, and who therefore chose a different strategy for continuity, embedding meaning into the landscape itself, trusting stone more than institutions. The intrigue of Buduruagala lies in its compositional ambiguity, because while the central Buddha is unmistakable, the surrounding figures, likely bodhisattvas and attendants, including one often identified as Avalokiteshvara, carry stylistic influences that point beyond the island, hinting at Mahayana traditions that flourished briefly and unevenly in Sri Lanka before receding. This suggests a moment of openness, experimentation, and connection, when religious ideas moved across oceans and were adapted locally without ever becoming dominant. The evidence carved into the rock supports this interpretation. The figures are massive yet understated, their robes rendered with simplified planes rather than ornate detail, their faces calm but not idealized, their proportions monumental without theatrical excess. Traces of pigment indicate that these carvings were once painted. Their current austerity a product of erosion rather than intention, reminding us that what feels timeless now was once vivid, maintained, and alive with ritual. The labor involved in carving Buduruagala would have required skilled artisans working for years, scaffolding erected against the cliff, steady provisioning, and organizational continuity, all invested in a place that offers no obvious strategic advantage. There is no nearby urban center large enough to explain the effort. No inscriptions naming patrons or donors, and this absence sharpens the contradiction at the heart of the site. Why commit such resources to a location so marginal, and why leave so little explanation behind? Conventional scholarship situates Buduruagala between the 8th and 10th centuries, a period of political fluctuation and shifting religious emphasis, yet this dating only deepens the mystery, because it places the carvings at a time when centralized authority was already under strain. If this was not a royal project in the traditional sense, then it may represent something more fragile and more human. A community's attempt to stabilize meaning during transition by creating a focal point that did not depend on patronage or prominence. Speculation fills the silence left by missing texts. Some view Buduruagala as a forest monastery expanded into monumental form, a place where ascetic practice intersected with devotional imagery, offering a counterbalance to urban Buddhism's increasing institutionalization. Others suggest it marked a pilgrimage node along routes now forgotten, its scale intended to orient travelers spiritually rather than administratively. More unconventional interpretations see the site as an intentional withdrawal from impermanence itself, a decision to place belief in a context where it could outlast dynasties by remaining peripheral to them. What unites these perspectives is the recognition that Buduruagala does not behave like a center. It behaves like a refuge, not from violence or persecution, but from historical volatility. Walking before the carvings today, one senses a peculiar stillness, not the stillness of abandonment, but of suspension, as if the figures are waiting without expectation, aware that recognition may come and go. The forest presses in, insects hum, and the rock absorbs sound, creating an environment where time feels thick rather than linear. This sensory quality matters because Buduruagala was likely experienced less as an object of explanation than as a presence encountered. Through repetition, monks passing daily, travelers pausing briefly, rituals performed without record. Its survival into the present is almost accidental, dependent on isolation rather than protection, and this accidental endurance exposes a deeper truth about how meaning persists. Unlike Sigiriya's theatrical assertion or Polonnaruwa's systemic ambition, Buduruagala asks for nothing from history. It does not demand remembrance or restoration. It simply remains, eroding slowly, retaining coherence even as details fade, embodying a philosophy of impermanence, not through words, but through material patience. The unresolved mystery it leaves is not who carved it or precisely why, but whether its creators anticipated our confusion and accepted it as inevitable. Perhaps they understood that context would dissolve, that names would vanish, and that all that could reasonably be preserved was form, scale, and calm. In that sense, Budaruwagala feels less like a relic of the past than a message sent forward without instructions, trusting future observers to bring their own uncertainty to the encounter. It concludes the arc of Sri Lanka's ancient megastructures, not with triumph or collapse, but with withdrawal, suggesting that after centuries of building upward, outward, and inward, some communities chose instead to step aside, carve what mattered into stone, and leave it in the care of time itself, content to let meaning survive not through explanation, but through continued presence in a world that would inevitably forget why it was made.